Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANs plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to the Keshe American Knowledge Team. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, and I'm joined by Alex, Randy, and Joseph as co-hosts today. Thank you all for being here. Also want to welcome Anna, who's joined our group, and also Lewis, who's joined the group. Our numbers are nowhere near the Brazilian language community, as they've surpassed, I think, the 12,000. And as we were discussing before the program, one of the channels is actually reaching 300,000 or more. And as we know, there's 300 million knowledge seekers around the world. Each has been touched in a certain way by this knowledge. And we continue to grow, it seems, day by day, week by week, hour by hour, as this beautiful technology is being rolled out in Linz. I think there's over 50 people who've been processed or more through the system. And again, amazing experience. We have some of those people with us today, but it's just, as we saw in the video, perfecting the body of the man, but we're learning, as we'll hear in the 438th, the soul is a perfectionist, and it has a way of perfecting the body to take it on this flight. So many things in the physicality seem to become automatically balanced as you go through this process of the chairs and the flight system and so on. And we've heard some beautiful testimonials. So it's just an amazing event that's happening in Linz at the Exposition Center, which is still open to the public, that anyone can tour on the upper floor. And there is sort of an observatory there where you can look down. You can't see the room apparently, but you can see some of the enhancement units and so on. And even that, again, as Mr. Keshe said, we haven't seen anything yet. So welcome each and all, and just to include the date, today is June 26th, 2022. So let's take another voyage with Mr. Keshe and see what all of this is about. Many of us have already heard the 438th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, but I don't know of anyone who can retain all of the details. And I think we ought to sort of learn more by listening to Mr. Keshe and his words. And as he said, he's not so much working with our physicality, just listening to his voice and what he presents, but somehow, in some sort of universal way, he's touching the soul. And as he said, give me 1 hour on television a day for 7 days and I'll change your nation. So he has this beautiful ability as a universal teacher to really go to the heart of the matter, which is the soul, finding out more about our soul, the beauty of our own and the grace of our own creation. So I thought we'd go there, but prior to that, I did pull up the one of the questions. I think this was the seventh question. Our beautiful teacher, Alex, will be joining us within the hour or so. Spent some time again in Brazil, as he has in the past, but this time he was asked a number of questions. I think he made it through 7 different questions there in Brazil, and I think there were many more that he could have answered. But he spent over an hour answering some various questions that were just posed to him. And he thought the number 7 question we should play today. So let's see if we can go through that to start with. And then we'll go into the 438th teaching and listen intently and open up your souls. As Mr. Keshe has this beautiful way of just working with the soul. And we've heard now that the cat is basically let loose and Linz, as the people that have gone through this process become ambassadors of this whole matter, what's going on, this exhibition and so on of this new technology. And it's coming quite quickly. I think some of us thought it would take much longer. And then we were quite surprised to hear the flight system and the other things that are going on and how beautiful the testimonials are. There's another one on Monday, and I believe that is at 6 p.m. CEST of the flight simulation. I don't know why they're calling it a simulation, and I don't know why they're calling it a flight either, because he says we don't fly, we actually go to. Wherever you wish to go, that's where you will go instantaneously. So we've heard many beautiful testimonies, and then at one point they're going to bring together on Zoom all the people that have gone through the system. So I don't know if that is on Monday or that will be the Austria's experience going through the team and so on. I think he talks about it a little bit in the 438th Knowledge Seekers Workshop, which of course is available on YouTube on the Keshe Foundation channel for each and all of you to review. But let's hear the number 7 question that was asked by Raphael of Alex. Oops. Okay. Let's see where we are. I think we have to go a little bit farther here.
Então, temos a 7ª pergunta, que é: seja bem-vindo novamente, Alex. Então, como buscador de conhecimento e professor da Fundação Keshe, você deve ter vivenciado muitas experiências com a tecnologia. Você poderia relatar qual foi a mais marcante? So, the 7th question is: welcome again, Alex. As a knowledge seeker and teacher at Keshe Foundation, you must have had many experiences with the technology. Could you tell us which was the most remarkable one?
I grew up with the belief, that we were an inferior species and that, there were advanced civilizations in space. And now I know that that's not true. Insofar as the ultimate belief was that we were an inferior species. I started out with talking about history, and I need to talk about the history again, because you see, there's when you look at greatness, for instance, Tesla had over 1,200 patents, and a clerk in the patent office was the scientist of the century. It just makes you scratch your head and you say, like, what's going on? And so what I didn't understand early on was what it meant to be, have a patent or even intellectual property rights. And so there was an international agreement amongst countries to maintain this kind of civility and organization, legality, except for one country. And I guess it's like saying, well, can your boat float? Oh, yes, yes, it's no problems. It just has one hole. Well, that one hole sinks the whole boat. And so this is the problem that we're having. So what happens is, as technology gets advanced, there are people who want to steal that technology, and they've set up organizations to make that a common occurrence. But they steal this technology for the purposes of war. And so the question was, well, if, when we look through the history and we see that, very frequently a war starts out because one of the warring nations has advanced technology and can start a war and with some certainty achieve victory because of that superior technology. And sometimes that plan gets upset when you have spies and traitors and saboteurs, and so that's what people do. Then they then advance that technology, and then find another war is created because of that advancement, and maybe it reverses the outcome. But the point is that if your nation has a weapon that is superior, and that maybe a generation later, your neighbor has a weapon that's superior to yours, well, your safety is no longer assured. And your neighbor may want to, shall we say, seek revenge. And then, we race with the technology to come up with a better weapon. And so it's like a ping pong game, back and forth, back and forth. We have a better weapon, they have a better weapon, we have a better weapon, and they have a better weapon. And so it goes through history. And then the question comes, well, who has the biggest weapon? And so there was a situation where we had an event at Hiroshima. And this was actually a very significant event, because it wasn't the first time that we had a nuclear explosion on this planet. It was the first time that we had a nuclear explosion that was created by humans. And so what happened was that the humans, the children's, right? The, what do you call it? The lower class learned how to play with matches, and they could bring the house down. And so I grew up in an environment where we had a nuclear threat all the time. And I even remember in school, and this is so funny, because we had drills in school. I was, 12 years old, and we would practice. The bell would ring in the class, and we would all crouch underneath our desks, as if we were going to survive anything. Anyway, that was the protection we had from a nuclear explosion. So we grew up with this terror in the back of our minds, and so it became known as mutually assured destruction. And that was the thing that prevented the annihilation of the earth, as many people were afraid of. But the question in my mind was really, well, that was a big gun, and what really prevents some madman from blowing up this planet, because we had the capability of doing that. And so the answer was that there was a bigger gun. But this wasn't a gun of attack, this was a gun of defense. And so that gun actually was not in the possession of humans. So the question was, why would they not fire that gun? And so it had to do with the universal laws. And so the universe is a benevolent place. It gives as much energy as you need. And it's a place of refuge. It's a very safe place, well organized and peaceful. We are the ones having trouble here, but we are not alone. And so, what is the difference? And so, when I learned about GANs and the affinity of GANs, in so that it can give and take energy, but the most important thing about the GANs was that it was a natural lie detector. So the plasma science was already showing the truth. And so many of you must have had this experience where someone is lying to you and, it doesn't sound right, but you don't have, the knowledge or capability to determine if they're telling the truth. Well, the GANS doesn't have that problem. And so what we find is that once we cross over into this higher energy state, that this is a natural attribute. And so if you have a malicious intent, the GANs will know. And if the GANs will know, then the advanced civilization will know. And so the advanced civilization, of course, has the advanced technology. And the intent of the universe is for peace. And that is why. And so I knew that the nuclear technology was restricted by this characteristic. But I didn't know how that was going on, you see, because that information was classified. So I have no access to the classified information. So all my classes and all my knowledge is really based on conventional science. And so the basic remarkable experience was knowing about the GANs and its capability. The second remarkable experience only happened recently. And that is the fact that we've never been in outer space. Because we have a plasma reality and we have a physical reality. But the plasma reality is non-visible and non-tangible. So if you're like the detective, if you go by what you see, then you only see the physical reality. But that's not the reality, because what's absent is the evidence of absence. And when you can see that, then you can see the true reality. And so we've come to the point where if we want to travel in outer space within our physicality, that's impossible. And if we think that we are an advanced species and that we want to go into outer space, then using the conventional science is impossible. And so when Mr. Keshe talked about the benevolence of the universe through his peace initiative, the World Peace Treaty, I knew that was true. And the confirmation of it, first of all, was with the GANs. And so the second confirmation is this: if you have a choice between peace and prosperity and war and slavery, there's nothing to debate there. We will be bringing the World Peace Treaty because the number one reason that we haven't gone into outer space is because the truth will be known. And that's the truth. Raphael, thank you so much for allowing me to be here.
And I think Alex was right on his first premise. We have been the insignificant dust in the universe, located on the far reaches in a little corner, almost like a speck of dust in the universe. But Mr. Keshe says, yes, we have been the insignificant dust, mankind, but now we're going to become a significant dust in the universe. And I think that has to do with the unification process that's going to happen. And we are going to be some sort of ambassadors, I believe. As he said, everyone, and we'll hear in this 438, that leaves this center becomes an ambassador for this process. And we'll hear so much more. And it's pretty much simple words that anyone can understand. And so we're going to spend about 30 minutes in the 438. You may have already heard it once or maybe even twice or 3 times. But as Mr. Keshe said, we can keep reviewing these knowledge seekers workshops because they just reinforce exactly what's going on. Alex mentioned the World Peace Treaty. And of course, this is right on the Keshe Foundation website, and for all of us to be on the same page, and I'm sure everyone here has signed the World Peace Treaty, but for those who may listen to this program in the future, you can go on the Keshe Foundation website, keshe.foundation now, and you can print out this peace treaty. Apparently, there's a couple of versions of it, but anyway, there's one for the world leaders, and there's another one over here. So this is basically the beginning, or what everyone needs to do first before you're probably allowed to be processed in the center and so on, is to sign the World Peace Treaty. I know that's a prerequisite for you to become a private student, and so on and so forth. So we'll just read through this. Again, it's called the World Peace Treaty. It's a very simple document. Mr. Keshe, when I asked him, he said this would be the exact document that the world leaders would sign. And pledging their nations to peace. And if you're one person in your nation and you're the first person who has signed that, or the second or whatever, you actually represent peace for your nation. And so the World Peace Treaty is a critical point. And as Alex said, we weren't allowed to go into space because we weren't peaceful. We're looking for the next planet or territory or asteroid to basically take over and control. And that is not the ethos of space. There's no need to be in charge of a planet or anything along that line, because whatever they need, they create from their wishes. So there's none of this, it's mine, and I possess this, and we put the flag here, and so on and so forth. There's none of that in space. So we'll just read this. The World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of Earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We, shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we, all agree and swear with my nation, territory, council, city, town, bodies, and souls. You would simply put your name here, your signature, the date, position, on behalf of whatever you're signing for, your religion, your nation, your territory, your town, your city, your village, and so on, or just as an individual. And then a witness could be asked to sign here, and so on and so forth. More important than signing in the matter state is to sign it with the pen of your soul. So it doesn't actually have to be signed with a physical pen, because as we've heard spoken, once we go into space, we'll never see anything written. There's no pen in the soul of the man, but we can sign this with our souls. And so it's very important document, even though it's a rather simple one-paragraph document. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. So I just wanted to get us all on the same page. And again, this is just the first prerequisite for us to go into space, is to bring this planet, humanity, the planet and so on, into a peaceful condition. Now, I don't think any lions will be signing this, or tigers or birds, but we're also going to bring them into this peaceful condition. And somehow through the fields, they will receive the World Peace Treaty. And many of the universal community are also, again, as Mr. Keshe said, I'm hiding in the clothes of the man, and many other individuals, whether they be trees or plants or cats, are also, I'm going to mute you, Paola, are also in the clothes of, let's say, the matter state, or what we call the physicality. So that's why not killing and not destroying, that's what this technology is all about. Did anyone want to say anything? I just saw your mic open and I decided to mute it. So maybe you had something you wanted to add at this point about the World Peace Treaty, or anyone else? Follow? No problem. Okay, so let's go into this 438th workshop. We're going to spend about 30 minutes there. I can't deliver it as well as Mr. Keshe can, and maybe at one point in the future we'll be able to deliver in the way he delivers, but and think the way he thinks, and work in this manner. But right now, I think Mr. Keshe is the best teacher to deliver this, because he's not only teaching to us, he's teaching to the universal community. And many of those would love to get into the atmosphere of this planet to experience actually what's going on in Lent. So again, I said we've been the insignificant dust in the universe, and now we're becoming a significant dust in the universe. And of course, it's all to fulfill the wishes of the Creator, to elevate mankind, to elevate this planet, and to elevate the universe in a consolidation, I believe, as we're going for the one planet, one nation, one race for world peace on this planet. This is going to go across the unicos and probably across the unicoses. We think the unicos encompasses all the other galaxies and so on, but I believe there's even levels above a unicos. There's probably a multitude of unicoses. And so we've got a lot of work to do, but we're going to be well equipped. As he said, he's not taking us into space as subordinates of the universal community, but as equals. So let's go to the 438th. I have it pulled up right about here. And let's see if it starts. We're going to go about 30 minutes, maybe a couple after that. But all these words are rather simple to understand. And as I said, Mr. Keshe is speaking. He says, I don't deal with the doorman. I deal directly with the soul. And so by listening to these words, there's something, I don't want to say magical, but there's something special that happens to you as an individual. And again, that's what this knowledge is all about, you and where you'd like to take it and what it means to you, not what I tell you it means to you, or how I say you should think about it. So we're letting the souls blossom and bloom to show their true beauty, and he's accelerating this process in Linz. And so it's all of our obligations and responsibility to find our way there. And after we'll just come up with the website, and you can see how to sign up for the enhancement flight simulation by going there with your physicality, or even signing up for a mobile experience. As he said, it's $3,000 just to travel to Linz from most places, at least in the United States, or quite expensive, not counting any hotel or anything else, plus processing time. So by going through with the mobile experience, as he said, if the Joe Biden or President Biden, His Excellency Biden, or any of the Ayatollahs in Iran are not willing, he said, we've advanced this technology so much that we'll be able to bring their soul to Linz, and then, of course, return it and see what happens, how the nation changes. So let's start here, see if it'll start playing, and then we're going to go for about 30 minutes on this. But again, it's a very enlightening, enhancing, and elevating, and it gives us a clearer understanding of actually what is happening. And of course, there's more developments to come. As he concludes, he said, if you think you've seen everything, you haven't seen anything yet.
It is important for us to remember that now we deal with both dimensions. In this room, there is nothing but the fields. So in that process, you are part of it. What is interesting for me when I stand in this room watching them, they know the dimension of physicality when they have to get in and out of the system, or choose a chair, or stand around. But at the same time, when they go back in the field dimension, they interact in the field of the soul. They start from one system, they go to another system, and then it's a different position, different strength, different what we call interactions. We see in that process, as they can see with the eye of the soul, the eye of the man will change too. We are following two knowledge seekers, one of them on a permanent basis, in how their vision has changed and is taking place, that the soul, the energy inside, has started wanting to see. We are following the one knowledge seekers, which now has attended 4 or 5 sessions of flight. We have made it free for him because it's a process for us to understand. He came in with one eye blind for 6 years due to a stroke. The nerves in the eye have exploded and the whole eyeball is blood flowing in a base full of blood. The shape of the eye has changed, but he, in the first instance, when we came to explain, he felt the tears for the first time in his eyes after the first flight, after 6 years. We had the same with an Italian lady who has a problem with the eye and no tears for years. And she told you yesterday, tears coming from her eyes. But what is interesting with the person who's going through simulation flight testing is that now he tells us yesterday that he start feeling connections and pains that as the eye is interacting. And at the same time, for the first time, on his eye, he feels like a salt on his eye coming down. In a way, when you lose your eyesight, or you lose the use of your eye, but the eye is still open, you still come across the interaction of the air and whatever of the condition of the environment. But as the I channels for the liquid are blocked because the body doesn't see any need for it, it's a waste of energy, the I itself start building layers over what we call the physical part, that the wind, the cold, whatever does not touch it. You don't need to create tears to keep it wet and moist. And now what we see that these layers are rubbing off as like a sand. And within the next few weeks, every time he goes into the vision enhancement units and then into the flight simulation, we see the point that the I will start in a way through the wishes of the soul of the man to see. I expect him to have both visions within the next 3 to 6 months, maybe earlier. I did what the Christ did, give insight back to the blind. But it's not the first time. But this time, we don't do it as a mystery and a magic of a religion. We do it as understanding of the science of the creation. We will see many of you taking a flight simulation to, in a way, change the processes within yourself to fulfill where the things went wrong, to put it right, that psychosomatic conditions you created for physicality, when it's embedded within the soul, will not be there. This is one thing which knowledge seekers have not understood. The soul of the man is perfectionist. The soul of the man will not allow anything to go wrong. The soul of the man lives by the ethos of the Mitra. So it cannot, when it takes over the physicality to be within it, allow any faults. It has to correct itself, because then if it's wrong within it, it will affect the operation of itself. This is why you see changes. This is why you see the change in everything in the physical dimension. Because up to now, you had the body of the man and you interrupt the soul in it. Now the soul has you entrapped in it. And now everything in this has to be perfect. We are not healers. We don't offer a health system. We offer you a flight system to fly the span of the universe and bring the knowledge of the universe to correct the dismal physical life of the man in a physical dimension. The interesting thing is, in the next few weeks, we'll have a Zoom session with all those who went through the system. Because the process does not finish when you exit. The process just starts when you exit. As I said, in the dimension of the physical life, the real life starts when the physicality finishes. We call it death, and the life of the soul starts. You expect it, and you go through the systems and come out, and the soul is left behind, back in trap again. My dear friends, you have let the cat loose. Now it knows it can come and go. Many of the knowledge seekers who we speak to, or they talk today later or the week later with us, tell us they have a connection with the system. The only way you can have a connection to the system is to the soul of the system and the soul of the man. And so we have given you that freedom. In this way, we have taken the man into the universal community without a man. It'll be interesting when we bring the knowledge seekers together who went through the system, what they tell us has changed in them since they've been in. What physicality has changed? What has changed in their emotion? What have they fixed in their social life? What have they changed in interaction with their friends and families? Because it's not that I experienced or I won the lottery. Now is I want to live the life of the universal community and live by the ethos of Mitra. We see many knowledge seekers change as they go through this process. Change is not that suddenly you become something. Change comes as you gradually become citizens of the universe. You live by the behavior of the universal community and not by the physicality of the universal community. The changes are profound. And as I said, we'll see as it comes. As I said, you will understand this in a very clear way. With the gentleman with the eye, we are photographing his eye every day he comes in now to watch how the eye has changed. It was interesting standing in front of him yesterday after he came out of the system, after he had a long session of flight. It took a few seconds for him to allow us to take pictures of his eye. And he wanted to look at it. And he said for the first time, he noticed that his eye, which is blind, is different. He never considered where one eye is this size, the other eye has changed to so smaller because he just had an eye. What we see interesting is the eyeball now, when he came to us, it's just like creamish yellowish color. Now all the veins are full of blood. The body is retaining back because the soul of the man sees the physicality has to match the soul to see the perfection of it. When I released the eye vision units, you all thought it was going to be my eyes perfect if I have this and that. It was to open the eye of the soul of the man, not the eye of the physicality of the man. But when you open the eye of the soul of the man, it has to be perfect with its physicality too. We are not physicians. We are the knowledge seekers. We are the scientists of the universe. I explain these things step by step that you as knowledge seekers understand it. That you know what has come, what we told you will come is exactly what we said, and what we say to expect in the coming time is to come. It's not anymore making maglabs, it's not anymore making Ganses. You have joined the universal community and you have to understand the implication and application of becoming part of a new society. How to react, how to be. Yesterday, when we saw the Austrians coming out of the room, it was interesting and it got more interesting, and then it became an explosion in one of them. The joy of becoming part of universal community as a frog was so, looking frog animals was so joyful. You hear it in Sunday when it comes. I hope in the recording she could communicate to tell us, or they're sending it back us to report and we're recording it for them. It is amazing to see how things work. What the knowledge we didn't have. The knowledge of being aware of fields around us. And then if we want it, we change the fields into reality of dimension. 1 minute, the brother, the face, the look, and then the next second, the energy of the presence of the brother. You have to learn, as I always say, you have no choice. that the time for encapsulating, imprisoning, keeping to hostage, as I said from the beginning of the time when we started these works, the physicality of the man is a leech on the soul of the man. Now you understand what it means because now you have it, you can free it. It's for you to be ready for the evolution of the man in the world of the science of the universe, not science of microchips and others. Those of you who went through the full transmutation of the fields of the soul of the man, you'll find out, some of you, if you've gone through the process the correct way, travel to China. To you, you speak English. To the Chinese, hears you in the Chinese language. The emotion of the language. You don't need to say conversation because it doesn't exist anymore. You don't need to sit and wait. I have to find a word for it to explain maybe the emotion. Because in the exchange of the understanding of the language, the soul of the meaning of the word has already changed. In the next few weeks, testing, we bring a new dimension into the work. By September, we try to add 2 more units into this, what we call environment. What is interesting for us is that we will move the 2 systems further apart to the extremes of sides. With it, we'll bring 2 more units into the system. There's still each 2 passengers, and we add to the number of the seats around the room to make it to 12. In the process of these new systems, what some of you will see is not anymore as reactors, but you should start seeing lights, like the stars. In this process, we gradually will get rid of what we call the physical systems. And what you will have is the containment of condition of what we call universal community. I expect this maybe if we get it all right by November. It's a lot of work. And then what we shall see is anyone entering this room in a way of instantaneous operation will join the universal community. You decide. New York, Mars, another galaxy, and if you're very, very clear in the ordeal of life of the man, you'll come across one of the most beautiful things, and that is you will meet, you'll come to feel the essence of the presence of the Creator. We had people going through the system and wanting to meet the Christ or feel His presence, and they have that. We have knowledge seekers who go in a specific way to raise the soul of the Germans, the Italians, and the rest. and they have not matured, that are there to raise the soul of the humanity, the earth, and the universe. Needs time to mature. We're still under the banner of the Keshe Foundation, are nationalistic, where this has to die, where this has to be understood. The nation is a small part of the totality of the soul. I am nationalistic when it comes to Iran and the land of Iran, but that is the limitation of it, because I'm committed to universal community. It'll come to a lot of you that by changing seats in different part of this structure, you will fly to different positions in the universe. You want to go to galaxies, you choose this. You want to go to Earth, you use that. You want to go to Mars, you use that. And then you choose combination of these 1, 2, and 3s to sit and land in different positions in the universe. And as you have seen, those of you who've been through the system and come out, I listen to you patiently. I don't ridicule you. Are you sure what you've seen? Because what you tell us is the truth that the soul has seen. And sometimes I wish I was there to see the joy you took. We're building these systems that in a coming time, when you come near Uno, what we call exhibition center, you see the light from kilometers that you know this is the site. We build it in the inner sanctum of a building to show that we do not need to be in a space, because that inner sanctum itself is part of the universal space. To man is underground, to universe is an open span of these energies. We bring you a dimension that, as I said, you could not imagine, but now you can think and become reality. You go to places and you meet with people you like. Yesterday I listened to a lady who wanted to meet Jesus. That was her wish. And then she tells us, I felt a field, I didn't see the man. So in that field, you feel the essence of the soul of the Christ. Blessed his name. Interesting is that we had 2 Muslims up to now through the system. We are not aware of any Jews coming through. I wonder what the Iranians who booked in to come in, would they come and bring the soul of the blessed name Muhammad to play, to enlighten the Muslims of today, to stop the whole mayhem of present time. As I said yesterday, we'll invite the world ambassadors into the room, and let's see how many of them reject and how many of them walk in as a man, and then they become the ambassadors of the nation through the soul of the nation. This is not anymore 1 or 2. We are facilitating, and in the time to come, those of you who came and walked out of this door, you already have become the ambassadors of the system. If I get enough of you through these doors around the world, then the extent of this room changes, and earth becomes the testicle. This is the beauty of what is to come and what we are there to deliver. Whatever we set up to now, we deliver. We still make it a madhouse. You still want to see a pain pad and a pain pen. We still keep on, because we've got nothing else to do. We have to keep going. But in essence, the seed for the unification of the soul of the man with the universal community has truly started in this. And I hope to see many of you when you left, how you bring everything back together, how you will allow us to become part of the universal community. If you thought man has achieved major breakthroughs with nanotechnology and rocket space technology, as the whole say says, you've seen nothing yet when it comes to the ball of the plasma. Many of you will come to have new abilities which you could never imagine even exist. Because as you travel through the span of the universe, you learn new knowledge, and then you'll be able to apply it in a physical dimension of life. Many of those who travel with UFO would like to get into the atmosphere of the earth to learn what has been gifted to man, to be able to pass the span of the universe and not spend thousands of years traveling from one to B, just to be somewhere as their physicality wanted. Now you travel to the position and you change the dimension of physicality. Who doesn't need UFOs, rocket propulsion, or airplane? This is the start of a revolution and evolution, and many of you will enjoy it. Once it gets hold in complete condition, there will be no more hunger and suffering, there will be no more illnesses, there will be no more what I call persecutions and religions to tear each other apart. There will be no more war, because now you live through the ethos of the most beautiful creature in the universe called Mitra. And then you understand. When you hold Mitra in your arm the way I do, you understand the beauty of the creation. You understand what the man has to give, to bring, to be able to change what's within. Be prepared for what is to come, because it's you who makes the destiny, not us. It's you who make the destiny for yourself and not for us. Understand the totality of the knowledge. Be prepared for a change, and this change will come in a very drastic way. And the Keshe Foundation organization will sit in the background for it to take full shape. In the coming days, we'll announce radical changes and position with the Keshe Foundation. Those who betrayed us will be ashamed of what they've done. Those who support us will be joyful to see the change they wish for will come. Understand what is to come, and understand and be prepared to accept what is to come. It's been promised when the Messiah comes, it will be the land of milk and honey. The milk and honey in the right. And the Messiah is you with your soul. It's you who have decided how much milk and how much honey you want to take from the beauty of the creation of the universe. Promise that the peace will come. It's you who have to make peace with yourself. It's you who have to be in peace with everything structured around you. Everything which has been promised in all your holy books, doesn't matter which book you open, from Quran to Torah and the rest of it will come true, but for your soul, if you understand the truth about the creation. Otherwise, what they say, the hell and the heaven, you still live in the hell, which is the physicality of the man. You suffer every day. Heaven is for those who understand the evolution of the soul and will it live the dance of Mitra. And will it end up everything which is for the physical dimension the way that. Now, you wanted the explanation of where it comes, where it ends. It's you who actually lived in the hell for all this time, and now you want to get to heaven. And you know the path to heaven. You know the path is to understand the essence of the creation for yourself. You don't need no messengers and you don't need no prophets, because the prophet is understanding the emotion of the man. In the process of the system, in a very simple way, as I keep on explaining for those who come to go through the process in the room. When you enter the room, some of you.
Okay, we'll stop it there. I think we can all finish it or continue to review it. But again, beyond the total imagination of anything we've even expected, talking about this physicality we've been living in as hell. And it's up to you to make that choice if you want to get out of hell, I guess. We've often heard that said that this earth is hell. I never quite believed that, and now we're hearing that in a way from Mr. Keshe. Although he did say you can go into the universe and sit and learn and bring back these knowledges for mankind to elevate this dismal physical life of the man, come back and change things. And these new abilities he's talking about, again, some are going to have some of these new abilities beyond your imagination. So again, sounds like a fairy tale. Some knowledge seekers won't even go in there, apparently. I remember him saying that. World leaders as well. It'll almost create some sort of buffer where they can't go in because of whatever. But again, just starting out, as we heard, with restoring the vision. And he said this is not the first time that he's had this ability. And within months, this person will start to have the vision in both eyes, meaning the soul vision and the physical vision. So we'll start again joining with Live the Life of the Universal Community. He says gradually. And it's just amazing what is happening here all through the science of the creation, as I understand it. So, and the soul starting to live by the ethos of Mitra. And what he says, when I take Mitra in my arms, but he said, you'll also take Mitra in your arms and see this beauty. And he said, Mitra is the most beautiful creature in the universe. I don't know if you'll see Mitra physically, but you'll certainly, as he said, going into this center and traveling, you may even meet up and feel the essence and the presence of the Creator. Again, past any science fiction, any Star Trek, or anything anyone has ever even imagined in a way. But now we know the reality. So thank you all for being here. And I think a lot of people don't realize what they're missing. But yet they just haven't gotten to the point we've gotten to, and they'll come along in time. And we've just been privileged to see and share this knowledge the best we can up to this point. But there's so much more. As he said, you haven't seen, or as the old say goes, you haven't seen anything yet in the dimension of the plasma. I see we have a universal reporter here with us, Dean. I don't know if you're able to share anything at this point, and we do have at least one ambassador here. that's already been through the system. Dean, would you like to make any comments? You've been quite intimately there with all the people that have been have gone through the system. I know you've done a number of recordings. You must have seen and heard some fantastic things. And as Mr. Keshe said, he patiently listens. And he says, we don't criticize you or anything like that and question you about what you've seen or what you've experienced. We listen because the soul is telling the story, not so much the physicality.
Hi, Mark. Thanks for the introduction.
Yes, Dean, our universal correspondent.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, many things have I've witnessed with the souls that have gone in, the people that have gone into the flight experience. There's been many occasions where when they come out, I can't disclose
Certainly,
personal
no
things
problem.
with certain subjects, certain peoples. However, I see, I sense a very deep connection behind their eyes. You see some of them come out in, you can see they've touched the essence of the creation, and you can see this overwhelming love behind their eye. That's a strange thing to say, but I see it when I look into their eyes, deep behind their eyes. You sense that they've been touched on a soul level, and the experience is completely different. And I'm sure that the spectrum of energies they've received will be a direct link to them in this moment and in each and every moment they decide to be present with that energy. And I know many souls that have gone in have had many experiences way beyond the matter state condition of being present on the planet in a physical body. And some of them experienced obviously wonderful things that are happening to their bodies. On another level, they are experiencing direct contact, I think, with universal flow, universal creation, everything that is possible within the structure, as we know, of a soul traveling. And it's definitely this position has been achieved. So mankind has now reached a new level that Mr. Keshe has been teaching for a long time. And this system that is being put in place has profound abilities and positions that mankind can now experience beyond, much beyond the physical plane of the interaction of what we've experienced before. It's strange how in this moment you were talking of, when I first came, you were speaking about Mr. Keshe saying about the physicality and how the hell we live in and being part of it. I'm actually, I've climbed a mountain today. I'm sat on a deck chair overlooking the mountains. The sunset is just going down and the birds are singing and the bees and everything else is all fluttering. So it doesn't seem like a very much of a hell at the moment. It seems it's just a wonderful experience. And then taking this experience and talking about the flight experience as well. So I think our realities are, we all experience many different things. And in this moment, it's a beautiful experience.
We hear the birds accompanying you softly in the background. It's very nice.
I could, if you allow, I could show you. I could do a video. Do you want me to share a live video?
Why not? We enjoy seeing beauty.
Yeah, let's see if I can do a. Where is it? Camera. Hopefully, you won't get a picture of me. Can you see anything?
Yes, we see the sky, or what looks like it hasn't focused in yet.
I think I know what it is. It's the camera needs to go around the other way, so I'm going to.
There, we're seeing some greenery.
Yeah, I'm going to flip the camera. I can't see
some
it
red
now.
flowers. We see a birdhouse.
Can you see that now?
Yes, yes.
So as you can see, I'm this is where I can't see it because I'm sat on led on a deck chair up in this view at the moment, and so this is I don't know. It's a way of being present in the physicality, in a wonderful wonderful environment, and listening to all the plasmas that are present. And there's like today I'm going to be staying in in a hut that is up in the mountains, and people come along and they obviously have something to eat, and then they stay in the mountains overnight, and then they go off trekking again into wherever they're going to go. So that's the experience I'm going to have. It's not the flight experience.
That mountain certainly looks, the shape is pointy as a pyramid, that one.
Yeah, lots of
peak
pyramids
there.
going on. Lots of pyramids. I had some pyramidal experiences lately, Mark, that's for sure. Yeah, so it's a wonderful location, high up in the mountains, about 1,500 meters up. And yeah, it's a beautiful place. And so I'm experiencing a flight at the moment. If I connect myself with those units and thoughts, I know I could be present with them. I know the people that are experiencing the flights are going to multidimensional. They're going to other areas of intentions and thoughts, depending upon their intentions set. Some people go in with very set intentions, and they receive part of it depending upon their where they sit in the system and what resonates with them in the moment. And some people go in with no intention really, just wanting to experience something, and depending upon if they are balanced and want to give a lot, they experience a lot. When people go in with expectations of, I would just like to be for me, I need something for me, I need to take something.
Mhm.
They don't always experience so much. The souls that go in there with an intention, like Stefania did, when I know Stefania went in and she did some very beautiful things, and her intention was for peace, as Mr. Keshe reported. And she I haven't got the full transcript of it because obviously she spoke a lot of it in Italian, so I haven't been present to go through it yet, but I know she experienced some beautiful things. And I'm sure all the souls that are going to be present in the moment that go in add into the experience and add into the soul of this system. And that's the key thing, I think, is each and every person from each and every nation that are present and are giving the spectrum of their knowledge and wisdom and their influence, their plasma, their experiences into this energy flow. And then the soul of this energy is going to be carried forward with humanity and enhance humanity. And each and every one of us can add to it. And then that experience grows and grows and grows. And all around the planet, we get this wonderful dome of elevation, this peace elevation, this beautiful experience in this moment. And so it's up to us, as Mr. Keshe said, if you come to Linz, experience this moment. And I know it's going to be quite incredible for all the knowledge seekers that want to experience this, and many other people. Everywhere I go, I try to explain to people in my my small way of what the experiences that humanity can experience right now in Linz.
Yes, you said it was about raising the soul of humanity, raising the soul of the earth, and raising the soul of the universe.
Yeah,
this is where
absolutely.
we have to mature in, and what some of us have missed. As you said,
Yeah.
we go there to help this or something else, but amazing things are even happening when you're not wishing for that, it seems.
Yeah, most definitely
Stefania,
not. Yeah.
and with things on her arm that were bothering her from the leftover illness she had, and so on and so forth. So what a
Yeah.
maturing process that's going on here, and you must be beaming with all
Yeah.
the energy getting transferred near you. from the
That, Mark,
system and from the people that have been processed through the system.
that's exactly it, Mark. What I've found, I've reported this to a few people. I am finding it when people come out, I'm having difficulty when some people are coming out and there's so much energy that I'm having trouble focusing. My eyes won't focus on them. Whether that's just my eyesight, I don't know, but it does seem very strange how when you put a camera on GANs, it doesn't always focus on the energy of it, and it's very difficult. The zoom just goes in and out. My eyes sometimes, when I am in the studio, all of a sudden I can't focus, and on people, and then it takes a little while to come back, and then the energy, I sense it in a different way, and I can see them again. It's not that I see something different. It's just the fact I find it difficult to focus on this energy that's obviously emanating from them, from having their experience on a soul level, travel.
So beam me up, Scotty, is becoming a distinct possibility, not a remote thought anymore, if necessary.
Yeah, most definitely, Mark. Most definitely, yeah. Most definitely. I think for all of us and for each and every person. And I know there's much more to come. There's much more to come. This is just a tip, just putting your toe in the ocean. It's not even that. It's
As
just
we
a
said,
very early stage.
We just cracked the door open on this knowledge.
Yeah, absolutely, Mark. Yeah.
So, wow. Thank you for that universal.
You're very welcome, Mark. I stopped the camera now.
Thank you. That was very nice. We saw sort of a streak in the middle. That must have been the sun. But thank you, Dean, for sharing. And we thank all the birds in the background as well. Let me go back to the other background of the American Knowledge Team here, the Keshe American Knowledge Team. Anyone else want to share anything? We'll go to the Dome of Peace. Alex, I hope you haven't left us. You're still there in the background. Gosh, I don't know how we went, but I think it was a very simple in a way to understand Mr. Keshe's words. He wasn't the neutron, the electron, and the proton, which confuses us a little bit, and many of the other things, and so on and so forth. But this was fairly plain spoken for even those who are not knowledge seekers yet, or maybe we all are in a way knowledge seekers in a smaller, larger way, but very simply put, that all of us can actually appreciate so much. And thank you, Dean, for your service to the community and all the work you've been doing around Linz, and you'll be getting a well-deserved holiday, I think he said, from August 1st to August 15th. So thank you, Dean.
Mark, compared to what you guys do and what you do, thank you, Mark, and there's many dedicated souls that do so much. And there's many on this panel now that sit in the background. I know how much they devotion and what they do for humanity is on a universal level, and it is with very humble gratitude. I thank them from the bottom of my soul for the service that they do. It is quite incredible, and I really
we're all carrying a small piece of this carpet, as he said, and no one's better or no one's lesser than anyone else, as I see it. So thank you, Dean, for keeping
Thank you, Mark.
I know there'll be more coming in the future. I'm sure you're waiting to reveal some things, but at the right time, it will be revealed. Anyone else like to add anything else here? Again, we're all very privileged to be here at this point in time. Many of the people we've tried to explain this to around us or in teachings or other places, they really haven't really comprehended yet what they're missing, but they will comprehend. And again, Dean, this beautiful light that will be emanating, I think you had referenced that at one time, or maybe it was someone else. Mr. Keshe says you'll see this from kilometers away, almost like the Great Pyramid, when it had this highly polished limestone. They said it appeared as a diamond. For kilometers away, you could see this structure and know exactly where to go. So follow the light, as they say.
Mark, as you say, the light, it's a few times I have noticed, and we've spoke about it before, where we get this glint of light that as you look, you're looking forward, and all of a sudden there's something, you get something that just happens to in the side view of your view, and this glint, and you wonder where it's from, or you're looking at the floor or something, and all of a sudden you get this glint, and so yeah, you get sparkles, you get golden glitter, being in and around this experience. And I know the souls that are present are leaving that golden glitter everywhere. That is for sure.
And you have such great reception where you are. It's almost like you're sitting right next to us.
It's because I'm up a mountain.
You can say, we leave golden glitter.
Brigid says we are leaving golden glitter.
Hello.
With each
Hello,
step.
Brigid. Hello.
Say hello, Brigid.
Yeah, dear Mark.
Yes. Dear.
Really, we're on a wonderful place here, and having the mountains here, and all animals, all plants, all beings, and experiencing a wonderful time. And then when we walked up this mountain here for more than 2 hours, I said to Dean, each step shall leave golden glitter. You know, my attitude, and I was always all the time thinking, love is ruling the world, all uniting love is ruling the world.
Yes, and of course, Brigid comes in and helps us close the Keshe Plasma Reactor group with beautiful pictures and beautiful words, and elevating and enlightening both together. So thank you for being present there as well on a very regular basis.
Yeah,
thank you.
You're very welcome.
Mark, the sun is setting here. It's just about to go behind the mountain, and yeah, that's why we get this crystal clear audio, because we are very high up, and obviously there must be some.
Yeah, the gravitational fields have decreased, and the magnetical fields, you're in a huge magnetical field now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the elevation of being up in the mountains, why so many people like it so much, they always haven't been able to pinpoint why they enjoy the mountains, but I think Mr. Keshe referred to that in one of the teachings, because of the magnetical fields are stronger up in the mountains than the gravitational fields. So
yeah, most definitely, Mark. It's like Mr. Keshe has explained this before, where as you go higher up, you get that field strength, that magnetical field strength that you speak about, creates different environments. The vegetation and everything changes at the altitudes that you go up, and also we experience, as I experienced as I was walking up, my ears popping, you know, and you have to you're acclimatizing yourself to this elevation, and so you're going through a process of gentle elevation, I suppose, in a matter state condition, and I would imagine people that are going into this unit are into the structure of the systems are experiencing this in the matter state to begin with in chair 1, and then the elevation of the soul in chair 2, the physical soul, and then interacting in on a soul level in chair 3, and then when they go into the system as such, the main structure, and then they are experiencing conditions that are not present here. It is on an experience for the individual, and as we all know, Mr. Keshe said it many times, and all knowledge seekers know this, is that you're the captain of your flight. Where do you want to go? And this it's unlimited. It's unlimited. So do you want to go to a top of a mountain on a planet, or do you want to go to planet Zeus, or do you want to go to see your mum? What is it where is it you need to go? What is it for you as a soul that that brings you a completeness, a peace within that gives you the ability to then transcend, transmute, and be present multidimensionally and experience the conditions that are present as a soul interacts with all the other souls in the universal flow.
Well, thank you, Brigid, and thank you, Dean, for sharing. We feel your elevation. As Dr. King said, I've been to the mountaintop. Well, you're partway there. We're all getting partway there, and we've got a lot more to learn about this plasma, as he said. So thank you for sharing and coming in. Very
Yeah,
special.
thank you, Mark.
We
Thank you
feel
for everything you
your
do.
energy.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Bye for now.
Okay, anyone else before we go to the Dome of Peace? I think we'll just go to the second part. Alex, you're okay so far? You're probably ready to come in.
What a great show.
Yeah. Let's see if we can go to the second part, and we'll have one of the Universal Council members, beautiful Shweta. And again, we need someone from India. As he said, we're waiting for someone from Africa. But yet again, I thought we were all from Africa in so many ways. But let's just play this little part. And again, we're spraying the GANS waters. And now Mr. Keshe has asked us to elevate this process, not to continue to spray and release the GANS waters. This is how you take over a planet in a way. I think he was rather jokingly there, but it does create so many balances and connections that will probably be used now and later on as well. But let's hear Shweta read this beautiful part here. And I'm just going to try to get to the right. These don't always start at the right. Oops. I think I could have messed up on this. Just go back. Okay, here. Let's see if we can get it to start here. And then we'll take 5 minutes of silence for the elevation of all. Again, humanity, the planet, raise the soul of the universe as well. And we have these abilities.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here. Okay. I'll read.
Sweater Highstein here. I would read it, but I haven't got my glasses, so I can't read this.
And the Dome of Peace is already here.
Dean, this is on a recording, so it sounds real though. And again, we thank you, Shweta, for reading this. She's going to read this. Okay.
Thanks, Mark. Sorry, I just suddenly realized. Thanks, Mark. We all need a good laugh now.
Yeah,
again.
we
Thanks,
do.
Mark.
We do. Thank you, Dean.
Thank you, Dean.
Yeah.
Thank you, my dear.
Here's Shweta live now. Thank you, Dean, for all your service to all the communities.
Thanks, guys.
All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
Thank you, Shweta, for reading that. So beautiful. And again, Shweta is the Universal Council member for the nation of India, representing over 1 billion souls. So thank you, Shweta, so much. Let's go and take our 5 minutes of, we'll go back here. Let's take our 5 minutes of silence, and included in this would be the soul of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the soul of the IAEA, the All Souls Working for Peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. Again, we can spread our souls to raise the soul of humanity, raise the soul of the earth, and raise the soul of the universe. So let's take our 5 minutes. I'm just going to wait for the clock to change to the next minute because my other clock with the second hand has run out of power. So we'll just wait until this time changes here. But thank you so much. And again, this is something that we can practice every day, all the time. And if you forget in the physicality, just remind the soul, and the soul will not forget and continue this elevation. Must have just changed. So we're going to take 5 minutes in this practice. And of course, they're doing this on a daily intentions, I think, in the Brazil team. And if Raphael is here, he may want to add something. Okay, here we go. Let's take 5 minutes and elevate all the souls as you choose. And thank you all for participating in this greatest movement of the soul of the man. I'm giving everyone 100. As Mr. Keshe said, no one fails this test, and it does give us practice and exercising our soul. We all contain different fields that we can add to what's needed. So what I have, you may not have, and what you have, I may not have, but collectively we can raise the soul, and we'll probably learn to do it individually as well. Sorry for keeping everyone in suspense. Now the part of the program that you've all been waiting for. I'd like to invite our dear Alex from Canada to come in and provide another sharing and teaching of this universal knowledge, the science of creation, as he's so dedicated and has spread his physicality as well as his soul around so many different language communities as Jalal has, and many of the other teachers have as well. Vernie has rejoined us, and we're so thankful for that. So thank you again, everyone, for participating in this greatest movement of the soul of the man. Alex, if you'd like, I can, if you're still there, I'll play the disclaimer if you haven't run out of patience with me.
Not at all, Mark.
Okay, very good.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now join me with a loud round of applause on the soul level for our beautiful teacher and the one who's going to be sharing more of this knowledge of creation, for his dedication, his wisdom, his insight, and so on and so forth. We have great appreciation for you and all the teachers in the Keshe Foundation, Alex. So please take it away as you see fit.
And thank you so much, Mark. A great introduction to this meeting. And as usual, you've given me tough acts to follow, but we're up for the occasion because it is a very special occasion. And as I said before, when your children ask you, where were you at this time in history? You can answer with confidence and knowing that many will not be able to answer that question because we are at a momentous time in history. So this is the Keshe Foundation North American team meeting. And interestingly enough, there's very few of us here. It's mostly the international community. And thank you for the other continents for joining in, because that's where the true strength of this meeting comes to play. And as you can see, we are building up these medallions representing the various continents and the various languages around our tiny little perfect world. as we struggle to have science and the soul of man meet for the benefit of peace and for the benefit of our advancement of our species. So this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Plasma Science. Our discussion is on basic Earth space, and the subject today is ecosystems. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is June 26th, 2022. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. We have set up these classes. Initially, we were hoping to assist the Brazilian community in launching a kind of an education bridge, if you will, to try and make it easier to go through this. So over 3,000 hours of teaching, and we succeeded in doing this with the Spanish and Italian communities. And I personally never expected it to blossom into this type of thing, where we have been able to create almost an individual book, if you will, on teaching, understanding, knowing, and insight. And now we're involved with Earth space. And previously, each of these classes was broken up into basic, intermediate, and advanced. And so I point this out so that new knowledge seekers can follow this path, if you wish, to kind of help you fast track to catch up, or supplement the knowledge that you already have. And then, of course, it's also a way and means for new teachers to be able to convey information, because we are only right now at around 450 million knowledge seekers. And when I say only, it's because we are talking about the universal laws and the universal energies and just the way the universe works, and on behalf of the Creator. And so as a result, we have had to review Earth space. And the reason we've had to do that is because there is a clear difference between the physical reality and the plasma reality. And too many are not grasping this point. So to reinforce this point and to assist those to grasp this point, we have had to clearly determine what is the difference between the physicality and what is the plasma. And we really did this in a way, in a lot of detail in the Knowing and the Insight series. But there's been a new aspect, and we had to introduce this Earth space series. And although we have hopefully about 6 classes planned in this basic series, this is the second and the last one that we're actually going to be dwelling on the physical reality, because we have to determine what this physical reality is, you see, because when you look at the books of Mr. Keshe, book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matters and the Origin of the Universe, you see that there's a source and there's a soul, and then there's a link, as shown in book number 2, The Structure of the Light. And so how do these each individual ones work together? And so it comes down to basic math, because if you have 1 as a source, and if you have 1 as the soul, there's no room for the link, is there? Except in math, you have 1 plus 1. And how can you have 1 and 1 plus and only end up with 2? And so we've been living with this false misunderstanding. And that's why our portion of the universe is this tiny little red dot in the bottom right-hand corner of the rest of the expanse of the universe. And so today we're going to drop this 2 dimensions. So when we talk about the surface to volume ratios, we have to talk about the 3 dimensions. And we still have this relationship of pi, which is a 3 and a little bit. And it still comes into our mathematical discussion. And we don't know what this little bit is. And because we're the ones who are looking at it, then we have to kind of fudge things. And so what we're seeing is that the original 2 dimensions, and this is the point today, are feeding dimensions. And what we are seeing is a 3 dimension, which is actually a feedback dimension. And since we are the observers, we are not in these 3 dimensions, right? We are outside of these 3 dimensions because we're observing them. It's when we become participants that we are participants of the 3 dimensions. But the thing is, we never said which 3 dimensions. And, we never said, are there only 3 dimensions? And where are these 3 dimensions? All what we say is that there's a relationship where we have 2 feeding dimensions, creating a 3 feedback dimension. And we as the observers are observing this from the 4th dimension. And so the creation of our feedback dimension, which is the physical reality, stems from the 2 plasma feeding dimensions. And remember, a maggrav is in a balanced position. But you cannot have 2 magravs the same. So there has to be a difference. And this is the gradient charge. And so this is how the currency of energy in motion is working. So last week we talked about money and how it's the currency of our society. So we all understand, the giving and the taking of money, and the giving of money may be part of the earning, and the taking of money may be part of the theft. But it doesn't matter. There's a giving and there's a taking, and it has to do with money, and it's part of our society in our little tiny perfect world. But we, as humans, have a different kind of currency, and that is ATP, what we call adenosine triphosphate. And with the production of ATP, that gives us the energy to maintain our physicality in the physical dimension. So we have a societal dimension, a physical dimension, and we have a plasmatic dimension. And so we're talking about our relationship with these earth-space currencies. And of course, we all want a piece of that pie. So last week we talked about that, you want to be a businessman? Well, you have to pick the business. And generally speaking, that business has to then identify the market. And so once you have those 2 factors, 1, the business, 1, the market, now you create a mission statement. And it is with this mission statement that you make your business positioning. And so when we say that 1 and 1 is 2, yes, that's how you make your business positioning. But if you say that 1 and 1 plus your mission statement is more than 2, then you have to consider your ecosystemic positioning. So some people suggest that this may be your carbon footprint, but that is a very narrow-minded way of looking at things, very simplistic. we are far more sophisticated, far more complex, and far more stable than that. So we're at the point where we understand that two forces come together, and if there's a conflict, it could be a flash, or it could be just a glow, or maybe it's just a glitter. But wouldn't it be nice if it was just a shining example? A shining example of what is possible. And so when we look at academia, and part of academia is, of course, our currency of our society and understanding that currency. So we go through a business school, but that business school is skewed. And so if you are a graduate of that business school, you are highly knowledgeable about how to go bankrupt, because you see 1 and 1 is more than 2. And so this is why one man's garbage is another man's gold. So we have to understand, what exactly is it that glitters? So we're talking about a symbiotic relationship. We started out as being participants and observers. So we know what that means in terms of sports and entertainment. There are players and there are fans. We understand in nature that, some organisms have a symbiotic relationship between the host and the parasite, and they have the intelligence enough to keep both alive, even though the process of survival is at the expense of the other. But never mind. And then, of course, we have in our society, we have those who earn the money and those who are always looking for a handout. But, the original intent of the welfare state is to provide a safety net, a social safety net. And, the fact that some people use that as well, let's not make it a commentary. We know what the military-industrial complex is all about, and we know that in order for them to exist, they need their enemies. So this is why war in our currency of our society is such an important component. And what we're trying to do with respect to this knowledge is we have a relationship between teachers and students. So in order for teachers to advance, they have to become students, and in order for students to become wiser, they have to be teachers, and they have to teach more students who can in turn feedback. But in terms of business, we only look at goods and services that we provide and the customers that we provide to. We forget about the environment. And so this is something that we really have to understand, is what role our environment takes. So ecologically speaking, we see that we are affecting our environment. And so I'm not going to discuss the current point of view too much. But what I do want to do is to emphasize the relationship between the product, and the market. And so you are part of this process. And you can pick any position that you want to be in here, which is kind of ironic. So most of us would like to be the boss, but most of us are probably just part of the market. But the shocking part is when many of us, too many of us, are actually the product. And so this is where you come into exploitation and being the provider of the loosh for others. And that becomes a profit. So you become actually part of the profit, but you don't share the profit. And so when we look at a basic business model, so we have two sides. We have to manufacture a product. We have to organize the selling of the product. And so we have a group of us who are actually employees to facilitate that. Then, of course, we have to feed the manufacturing, which we call the supply side. And then we have to feed the sales, which we call the purchasing side, right? Because we have to purchase the supplies before we can sell the manufactured goods. And then, of course, we need an accounting of that to maintain the currency of our society properly. And so that all becomes part of our administration. So all of this, the administration, the accounting, the employees, and the profit, that's us, right? That's what we do. But when you look at the environmental damage that is created, what we tend to ignore is the garbage that is produced. And so when you change the scene and you walk into a store, understand that it's possible that what you are looking at is garbage in motion. The products that are new and fancy in the store could be, in the near future, garbage. The residue to create these goods is garbage. And when someone buys these goods, the packaging could be garbage. And then, in fact, the product itself could end up being garbage. And so you find that at the top of the heap is the garbage, and you are at the bottom, right? So, as we said, what you see is actually a reflection, different from an emission, because an emission is what you are, and a reflection is what you don't want. And so we could say, well, these jeans are blue, but in terms of a reflection, they reflect what they're not. So they're not blue jeans. Well, they're not green jeans either, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to go green. Well, the way we go green is we outsource many of our products. So in other words, we take them out of our house. And so the supply, we may delegate. The purchasing and sales, we may delegate. And in fact, we don't need the garbage either. You know why? Because what we want the profit. Okay, and so we can sustain ourselves with the profit without have to worrying about the products and the market and the garbage. All we're concerned about is, all we're concerned about is ourselves, right? So that's one reference scene. But when you look at it vertically, you see that you have to take everything into account. And so you see that there's a corresponding relationship between the product on one side and the market, the one on the other side. And you find that everything in between is dependent on that, and that you can modify both sides and it will affect the result in between. So you have one on one side, one on the other side, and when you put the two together, well, you actually get more than two. So it's not only profit, but it is garbage. And so you get both. So we now have a new reference scene. And we can say, well, what is the driving force behind our economic model? And so, yes, you are the driving force. However, what is driving you? So when you have this economic model, well, profit is kind of important, right? But what we're saying is that we could profit from our garbage as well. And really, it's much easier to produce garbage than to produce profit. But, you know, if we can profit from our garbage, then those two become the driving force for you. So one, the garbage, one, the profit is more than two, and more than two is you. And so this is the new reference scene. And that's what you see. But what you don't see is the driving force behind each one. So in other words, there is a driving force for the garbage, which we know is the manufacturing and the purchasing. And there is a driving force for the profit, which we know is the product and the market. And now we know there's also a driving force for you, but that's you in the physicality. So there's another driving force. So this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the creation of the universe, because that is the driving force of how the universe is created. It exists from an energy, and this energy is always in motion. And it is not a concern of whether this energy is positive or negative. What is a concern is the charge of that energy when it's in motion. And all things are working in combination. So when we say in combination, did we say two, or did we say more than two? And so when we're looking at the universal order of creation of matters, the first thing that comes to mind, there are three. There's the matter, the dark matter, and the antimatter. So three is more than two. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is that you're looking at three dimensions and you're not part of those dimensions. So you're in a fourth dimension, and because you're the observer. And so, well, how do you interact with those dimensions? Well, this is the key. How do you have energy in motion? And that's what we want to learn. Because the energy exists as a PM tick, which is the universal feeding energy. It comes in the form of a pack or a parcel. And it spreads out right across the universe. And at some point, it comes together as a plasmagen and converts with the combination of the principal matter, transition matter, and the convergence matter. And the balance of these, we call this a maggrav. And so because this is all coming together, that part, a maggrav, is actually a gravitational field. So we have a magnetical field of a PM tick's feeding, and we have a gravitational field of a maggrav, but we're missing the feedback, right? In order to understand the balanced position of the maggrav, you can't just depend on what is feeding. You have to have a feedback. So if you are the maggrav and your product is feeding you and you are creating too much garbage, and that is your feedback, then you see that your relationship is dependent on the energy input and the garbage feedback. And this we call the inertia. And so our garbage feedback, of course, well, our garbage feedback is sometimes it's us. And so we become self-consuming. But sometimes it's the earth. Well, we still are self-consuming. But sometimes it's the universal forces. And then we become self-enhanced. And so there has to be a balance between the feeding and the feedback. The feeding coming from the PM ticks and the feedback coming from the environment. And so what do you get? You get a maggrav condition. You get a balance point from which you can create a feeding residue and a feedback residue. because you see, when you look at the feeding byproducts, and we've seen that in our GANS production, where we have a CO2 GANS or a zinc GANS, which affects our emotions, and you can't see your emotions. So you could say, well, that energy has disappeared. But we now know that it's also transparent because it's there. You can see there's a hole in the GANS, and that is your feedback. And that feedback is a feeding byproduct. It's a feeding byproduct. Okay. So you have the energy that produced the GANS as one, and you have a feeding byproduct of the plasma energy that produced the whole. And you are doing the looking. So you say, well, wait a second. We spend the vast majority of our time is identifying who we are, what we're doing. And you say, well, this is me. Well, okay, so if this is me, at that point, you've created a boundary and you say, well, this is me. So therefore, outside of that boundary, well, this is not me. So the moment you say, this is me, then that is your feedback, right? Because how can you tell that it's you without some kind of feedback telling you that it's you? And at the same time, if this is not you, well, that is another feedback. And so there's something in between, and we can't see what that is. And so from a business standpoint, this may be where we're, losing our money because we can't see how it's disappearing. And conveniently, we like to throw our garbage away. Where exactly is this away? Maybe someone can point out in the solar system where this away planet is. Maybe it's away is just another word for Mars, maybe Mars is away. Let's throw our garbage away to Mars. Well, some of us want to leave our garbage here and go to Mars, but that's another point. The point I'm trying to make today is that there is a fundamental principle of the twinity, where the plasma of the electron interacts with the plasma of the proton. And there's a relationship where one is stronger than the other. And so energy is transferred. And the combination of the two, the electron-proton marriage, creates an atom. So that on its own is a coexistence of two magraphs. So one the electron, one the proton, plus is more than two, because now you also have the atom. And so when we look at the ranges on Earth, as what we're going to do as we discuss Earth space, we find that we can transition these various ranges where we have some physicality and we have some plasma reality, and we can transcend all of these dimensions. And so that's what we're going to continue discussing. But right now, what we're discussing really is our societal currency, which is money, and our Earth space currency, which is the ecosystem of the Earth. And so this is what we mean when we look at the periodic table of elements. We can see that carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and hydrogen are part of the amino acid structure of this planet. And we see that the sodium, magnesium, potassium, and calcium are part of the salt medium of our existence. And we see that the iron, copper, and the zinc are products of our physical reality. Well, interestingly enough, we see that silicone is a product of our earthbound reality. And what's interesting, that both carbon and silicon are in the same grouping. But we say that carbon is organic and silicon is inorganic. So there has to be some kind of relationship there, because we are in this environment. And we have our own environment. That's two environments. So somehow there's this point of existence to which we transmutate. And it's the crossover point between this verification and validation point, what we call no man's land, is the balanced maggrav, because at that particular point, it is not visible. And what is it that's not visible? What is not visible, of course, is the crossover point between the plasmatic reality and the physical reality. And so this crossover point and not being able to see it has put a limitation on our souls. How many physical realities are there? Well, if you ask that question, then how many plasmatic realities are there? And so when you look at book number 1 and you see the one maggrav condition based on 3 dimensions, well, in each of those is one plasmatic reality. So we know that in the basic creation, there are 3 plasmatic realities. And so when we look at our physical reality, we know that there are 3 dimensions. Whoa. So 3 plasmatic realities and 3 physical realities. And so as a grouping, that's 1 on one side, and as a grouping, that's 1 on the other side. And is 1 + 1 2? Well, no, because you are the maggrav. And so you are a manifestation of the plasmatic reality and the physical reality. You're more than just those 2. So now we understand that we can have both the plasma state and the small m matter state within the ranges on this planet. So if we can have those ranges and transcend those ranges on this planet, well, maybe we can do that on other planets. So before we can do that, we have to understand what we're doing. And so really the question comes is, well, if the energy of the universe is part of the feeding system and our environment is part of the feedback system, so that feedback system is an environmental feeding. And that environmental feeding has contributed to our preference, and of course our sentimentality, to the Earth, right? Because we didn't go to Mars, we came to Earth. We're on Earth now, we're talking about Earth. And we want to be good corporate citizens, don't we? Because, you know, this is our home. And I think most of us would like a clean home. So you don't throw garbage in your home. But we treat our Earth as a garbage dump. And so when we look at the plasma science, so we understand the higher strength field feeds the weaker strength field. That's the basic plasma feeding rule. And then when you have 2 different plasmas and they are working in opposite direction, it creates a conflict point. That conflict point manifests itself into a conflict field. Okay, so you have 1 on one side, 1 on the other, and 1 in the middle. 1 + 1 is more than 2. How much more? I don't know. All you have to know is that in the basic plasma science, these are magnetical field forces of attraction and repulsion. We call attraction gravitational forces. We call repulsion magnetical forces. And so the magnetical forces are doing the feeding and the gravitational forces are doing the feedback. Oh, yes, because how do you know what to feed? So it's a two-way street, though. In other words, we have a creation and we have a decay. Those are unfortunate terms because they don't really represent. What we're talking about is from a balanced position, from a Magravs condition, the residue, which is magnetical, is an emission. And likewise, from that Magravs position, with the gravitational residue, that's absorption. So there's a two-way street of emitting energy and absorbing energy. And so when we look at the model of nuclear decay, what we have to understand is that when we're looking on the left side, we have one neutron. And what we have on the right side is one atom. And when you look at the neutron, it has 3 plasma fields within the plasma field of the neutron. And when you look at the atom, it has a plasma field of the electron and a plasma field of the proton. And we've already established that the combination of those creates the atom. So we have one field neutron, one field atom. And then we have the release of the PM ticks. 1 + 1 is more than 2. So this is the basic teaching in book number 3. And so we see that our little tiny perfect world is that little red dot in one corner. And then we see the vast expanse of the universe. And on that little tiny red dot is an even little tinier dot. And isn't it ironic that today there's a meeting? So that dot, regardless of how big or how small it is, has a dynamic plasma aura. That is the radiance from that dot. And so that radiance is what's feeding out, emitting. And at the same time, there's a feedback. And so it's feeding itself. But how can it feed itself that which is it's feeding? It has to get more. So what it's feeding as part of its radiance is the basic soul spectrum. And what it needs is to replenish more of that soul spectrum, and that becomes part of the feedback. But when you look at this particular model, what you don't see is what causes the feeding to be converted to the feedback, right? So the feeding radiance is 1, and the feedback radiance is 1. And so what you're getting is more than the sum of those two. And likewise, so if you have one plasma condition on one location, and you have another plasma condition in another location, and each of those is going through the process I just described, but collectively, the two of these interact. And so now you have where one plasma feeds to another plasma and the other plasma feeds back, right? And so that part in between, which we call this no man's land, is traversed by the PM ticks, right? It's no man's land because you can't see it. And who does it belong to? Well, you can't say that it belongs to the one on the left, and you can't say that it belongs to the one on the right. All what you can say is that this is a transition field. So therefore, you have to look at a minimum of 2 plasma fields, where each field creates on its x-axis energy and motion. Each field on its y-axis creates an emission of energy, and each field on its z-axis absorbs energy. And this is all done at light speed. We didn't say which speed, and we didn't say which light. What we did say is that there is a plasmatic symbiosis where 1 and 1 is more than 2. And the sum of that plasmatic symbiosis is the manifestation point. And so from the point of business, what we care about is our profit. But if we take into account our environment, then we also have to take into account our garbage. So our garbage is 1 and our profit is 1. And the net difference is more than 2, and that's you. And this is why when we look at our Earth space, we see that we have 2 rotating hemispheres, and they're rotating in opposite directions. And that's why here in North America, we always say the South Americans are upside down. And you know, that's not a problem. That's just a reference. It's a reference point, because as the Earth is turning, all of us have our feet on the ground. So that means the entire Earth space is one magrab. It's a balanced field. And as a balanced field, you don't see it. What you see is the manifestation of these 2 hemispheres coming together. If these 2 hemispheres weren't coming together, where you have 1 northern hemisphere and 1 southern hemisphere, what you have is the manifestation of Earth space, which is more than 2. And then on this Earth space, you have us. And we're not part of that equation. We're in a different dimension. We're only talking about Earth space, right? So the Earth space is going through creation, which is coming from rays in motion. And rays in motion are representative of energy in motion. And so in our Earth space, we have a natural decay because it's going to a lower energy field. And through that lower energy decay, well, we're actually creating an Earth space. And so that's what we're creating. But that becomes a feedback point. And so that feedback, well, it's energy in motion. So that's part of the decay, the release of the PM tick. And so that feedback becomes a feedback byproduct. And that byproduct is feeding us. And that's part of the natural creation. So our Earth space, our environment is balanced between 2 energy fields. And there's some kind of bonding in between. So we have the 1 energy field as part of the creation side of a higher energy, and we have another field as part of the creation side on the lower energy side, and then we have another field in between. 1 + 1 is more than the 2. And how much more? Well, I'm not exactly sure. But what we do, we call that the covalent bond, which in effect is the crossover point between the plasmatic spectrum and the physicality spectrum, you see, because the plasmatic transfer of energy is going from one field to another. And every time it goes from one field to another, it has to cross over. And at that crossover point, that is not visible. And so we call that no man's land. We can't see it. But we know it's there because we cross over, right? It's like you're on one side of the valley and you cross over to the other side of the valley and you say, well, how did you get there? Well, there was a bridge. And you say, well, I don't see the bridge. Well, there must have been a bridge because I'm on this side now. And so that's the point. There is a plasmatic side and there's a physicality side. And somehow there's a bond. And so now we understand that there are other factors that we have to take into account. So as businessmen, we can't just look at the one side and say, you know, you want to be big business. When, you know, the profit that you produce is a percentage of the business plus the garbage. So in fact, the percentage of the big business that you produce is even a smaller percentage of the big business plus the big garbage that you produce, right? Because now your percentage is of one, the big garbage plus the big business, it's more than two. And your percentage is still the same? No, it's less. You have to take both into account. So this is the non-visible bond that we have and what we call the ecosystemic understanding of how life works. And so a dramatic description of how life works was manifest in the presentation of the Cups of Life from the Keshe Foundation. We created the business of a cup of life, not a cup of pandemic, a cup of life. And we still need to do this. And we have another potential pandemic on the horizon. So we need to elevate our game, shall we say, and understand that within each cup, there's a plasma field, because we know it. We created a magnetical field and a gravitational field in one cup, and then we created a second cup, and it had the same thing, a magnetical field and a gravitational field, but one was emotional and one was physical. And in each cup, we created GANs. And in particular, in the emotional cup, we created a CO2 GANs and a zinc GANs. We also created a copper GANs and a calcium carbonate GANs. Oh, yes, which is a combination of calcium and carbon. And we also created amino acid, which is a combination of calcium, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. And then we create water, which is a combination of hydrogen and oxygen. So I think we're starting to understand what is going on. But 1 + 1 is more than 2. Well, what is it that is more? Well, that more is what's not visible. And so in each cup, we had a cup of the soul. But when we put all the cups together, then collectively, the cup of the soul, the cup of the emotion, and the cup of physicality also had a soul. But that was only half the picture, because we had to take into account the other half, right? We see one half, that's one, and the other half is our earth cup, right? And then there's an interaction. So one, the cup of the soul, one, the cup of the earth, and then we have the cup of inertia. One and one is more than two. And how much more? Well, in this case, it's 5. So we understand that there's a physical feedback plasma spectrum, and there's a plasmatic feeding spectrum. And so we're trying to figure out which is the dominant state. That doesn't really matter. It matters that there's a common denominator, right? What you give your time and attention to, what you're feeding and what you're feeding back. And so we see that we have what we call a spice of life, right? Because we're all unique. And this is the beauty of the dilution of composite plasma charges. So the composite aspect of the plasma charges is an inherent feeding feedback system. And then that feeding feedback system is one feeding to our environment, which is one. And then it's represented by our indomitable spirit, which is more than two. So there is a plasmatic state and there's a small m matter state. And so the plasma state is gravitational, the home of your soul, and the small m matter state is magnetical, it's the home of your environment. And there's a crossover point in between. So there's a transmutation going from the transparency point to the manifestation point, crossing through the vanishing point. And there are various ways to do that. So the thing that we need to know is that there are universal laws and that we have a universal role. But interestingly enough, there are universal community members who also have universal roles. And so to help us understand, we have the vertical enhancement unit and the horizontal enhancement unit, and we have other enhancement units. One of the enhancement units that we need helps us deal with the school of hard knocks, right? It's a different kind of business school where you have profit on one side and moral bankruptcy on the other side, right? And so it's very easy, sweep the garbage under the carpet, right? Out of sight, out of mind. And, the earth is a pretty big carpet, right? But when we're doing this, what we're doing is actually binding energy. It becomes a manifestation point, whether we want to recognize it or not, because we as one are witness to the expense of others as one, the shall we say, the target. And what we have is more than the sum of those two. And it's at a very low energy. And so when we're talking about plasma and someone is new, what we're talking about is understanding our earth space. And within our earth space, we have different kinds of energy states. And as we understand those different kinds of energy states, then maybe we can understand how we can transcend this earth space and transcend beyond the limitations of science. And this becomes very important because you see, the scientific community is abdicating the responsibility when they don't know. That's what they say, and they seem to accept that. And the spiritual community, when they say they don't know, it's because they don't want you to know. And so what we are doing is adding the two scientific communities together with the plasma science and adding to the knowledge. And now the question then becomes is, at what rate can we transcend and, shall we say, go into this awake state? Because the awake state is our earth space. But what really is the awake is to the dream state. Now we say the dream state is our sleep state. Well, you know what? The dream state is our awake state. Well, we have to understand our earth space before we awake to what the plasma science is all about. So through the plasma science, we can understand how we are able to progress from the earth space. But to what? What's the next step? Well, the next step is really only our inner space. And we will be talking about that more as we try and understand what it actually means for our earth space. Because it's in our earth space where science meets the soul of man. And we have to do that to establish peace, because that is the connection to the rest of the universe. So if we know how to establish peace in our earth space, then we will know how to connect to the rest, because that is the main rule. And so when we look at our soul sequencing and how we travel through the universe, we have to understand that 1 + 1 is more than 2. So the soul of the sun plus the soul of the earth attracts the soul of the man, right? So you have a convergence of forces coming into a magrav, which you call the soul of the man. And so now the magrav of the soul of the man and the soul of the earth attracts the soul of the body. What? That's another soul. So there's 2 souls. And so the soul of the body also interacts with the soul of the earth. And that manifests the physicality of the body. So this is the default pathway. And so all we're talking about is our earth space. And the reason we're talking about our earth space is we don't want to talk about that anymore. Once we understand what it is, then we have the description of the physicality of our body. And so then we know what is us and what is not us, and what is physical and what is plasmatic, right? And then we know that there are ways and means to transcend these various energy states. So we know that each energy state is different by at least an order of magnitude. The higher feeds the lower. We have creation and we have decay, but we also have a catalytic kind of energy transfer. And we really haven't talked about that yet. And then we find that the higher the energy, the higher the transfer rate. And it too is done by many orders of magnitude. So we find that the plasma itself can absorb these fields. But then the plasma itself is a barrier of fields. So then what we're saying is the plasma field absorbs fields, and the plasma field is a barrier of fields. And the susceptibility is bound to the ethos of the universe. The ethos of the universe is beyond our understanding of the limitations of the speed of light. Because what we're talking about is earth light. Earth light in our earth space. The universe doesn't operate that way. The universe has a different set of ethics. And its energy equation involves morality, compassion, and courage. And so that is the essence of creation. And it is beyond the speed of light. So when we talk about the manifestation and we look at, our stacker units and our universal units, and we see that it's two fields come together to form another. We didn't say which two fields. And we didn't say if it was more than two fields. So we can say that the minimum two fields come together to form another. 1 + 1 is more than 2. And we didn't say if it's only more than 2 or how much more than 2. Whatever it is a manifestation. And this manifestation comes from the plasma feeding. So that feeding can be tangible or non-tangible, visible or non-visible. That's why we could say it's either plasmatic or physical. But when we say a plasmatic reality, we now know that there are more than one plasmatic reality. And when we say physical reality, well, we know there's more than one physical reality. So, we have this problem with manifestation where, if it's touchy-feely, well, if it's touchy, that's kind of physical, but if it's feely, that's kind of emotional. So then we find, well, wait a second, so that the emotions of presence is also a form artifact of what? And what we've been talking about is energy in motion. And wherever that form artifact is, whether it's in a plasmatic reality or whether it's in a physical reality, is a manifestation point. So the truth about this vanishing point is the moment you say, this is me, this is not me. You can also say, this is not my garbage. This is my feedback. And outside of this feedback, this is my garbage, right? So I'm taking my garbage, which is not my garbage, and throwing it away. That's my garbage. My garbage is away. But that way on the right-hand side is also a way on the left-hand side, right? Because outside is your garbage, and that is your feedback. I know this, what's in the middle is not my garbage. Well, wherever your garbage is, it's your garbage. And that is the truth. So this is the basis of the vision enhancement system, where we're trying to eliminate the emotional garbage that we've accumulated through our self-serving actions. And because the soul never lies to us, then we find that we become victims of a deception. And so what the vision feedback system does is it enhances our pathway to our default position, which is our point of refuge, our safety point manifestation. And this is why we could travel through the universe very safely, because the universe is a benevolent place. And the reason for it is because the universe understands what is me and what is not me, right? They know what is the environment, and they know what is their place of safety, and they certainly know where the garbage is. So this is what our problem is. We need to know that what we are doing and what we are not intending. And sometimes what we are not intending ends up fooling us. And so we find that we are trying to create something, and in that process, we create garbage. Well, this is one of the beauties of the peace dome. You see, because the peace dome is the difference between what we're talking about in terms of dematerialization and materialization, right? The peace dome is representative of what's going on in the universal community. And so to transcend to the universal community, we will be talking about dematerialization. What we've been talking about today is only materialization, the manifestation point of what we're doing and creating within our environment, which for the most part is garbage. And this is a sad state to be in. So what we need to do is to understand that our actions within our environment, our actions being one and our environment being one, is more than two. And so this is what we need to do. We're at an existential crisis where we need to default to normal. And normal is the harvesting of the plasma energy of the plasma universe without creating garbage. You may have never heard of the Jakobsdal Declaration, but the former president of Norway, Gro Harlem Brundtland, invited the G7 in 1988 to Norway. And the Jakobsdal Declaration was unanimously accepted. And then 4 years later, ironically in Rio de Janeiro, another G7 summit, and George Bush said, we can't afford ecology. The Jakobsdal Declaration said, no economy without ecology. One plus one is more than two. If you don't take into account one, you can't take into account the other. And if you don't take into account the other, you can't take into account one. You have to understand the connection. There's a feeding, there's a feedback system, and there's a connection to the universal energy of the universe. And so in our basic little tiny world, we create a little peace dome, we call the refugium dome, where our wishes and our aspirations come together in the name of peace. And so this helps us go through an emotional transformation. And isn't it ironic that the G7 is meeting today? So this is a reminder that, you know, we all want to be independent, but, you know, our universe is interdependent. And how can you be dependent on undependables, right? Because that's the rule of the feeding radiance and the feedback radiance. This is the greater oneness for the common good. So the dynamic residue, which is us, which is our independence, and the interdependence of the feeding, which is also a residue, and the emotional feedback transformation, which is another residue, creating one nation, one planet, one universe. We are one tiny little red dot in this universe. And we are nowhere near to the rest of the universe until we understand the magnetical dynamic plasma rules. We're just at the point of understanding our Earth space. And did we have to understand Earth space? Yes, we did. Because we have to understand what the difference is and not be confused. You want to say, well, this is what you are. Well, this is what you are in this environment. So this environment is now what you are. A part of. You are a part of this environment. You are not the environment. You are part of that. What is the other part? So the other part plus this part is you. One and one is more than two. So the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute presenting plasma science, calling all Earth space residents. This World Peace Treaty is our ticket to the universal community. Sign it. Sign it with a pen, sign it with your heart, sign it with your soul. And don't forget, when you're traveling through the universe, take your garbage with you, please. We are going through an earthbound physical and emotional transformation. And so we're learning how to do transmutation from a transparency point to a manifestation point. We didn't say where these points are, and we didn't say if they're plasmatic or the physical. What we're saying is that there is a universal community and there is a universal refugium. And this Earth space is part of that. So we are in the point of relearning what Earth space is all about, because we're talking about the universal language of freedom. And so the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth before we are allowed to enter the outer space age. I hope you enjoyed this trip. Thank you so much. That's the end of this class.
You're quitting so soon. Thank you for a beautiful journey again through the plasma science and knowledge, and teaching us, I guess, not to litter or leave our garbage, as Mr. Keshe said in one of the teachings, as when you go to the park. Very provocative and many points to contemplate and think about, I suppose. And hopefully we all have a question or two for Alex. This is a roundtable discussion and everyone is equal here. So please feel free to bring up a question or a thought, or maybe even something that wasn't on the topic he covered, as long as it's in relation in some way to the plasma science. But and I have something on colors again. I'd like to go back to those blue jeans. But before we go there, let's give Alex a chance to warm his tea or his coffee, or take care of something else perhaps for a minute or two, just to recoup. And at this part, normally I would ask if anyone's here for the first time, if they'd like to say their name and where they're from or how they found this meeting. We can give you a chance to do that right now. We always like to hear from new people and how they found us, or maybe you were brought in by your soul in some way or shape or form, invited by another knowledge seeker. So this is the time for that, if you're willing to open your mic. Okay, if not, I guess we can have at Alex for a moment or two, or a few questions. Would anyone like to ask a question? 1,000 thanks, as Lissy said, Alex, for increasing our knowledge more and more. Diane as well. Thank you, Alex. Well, if we go back to the blue gene for a moment, and you're saying the color it gives off is the color it doesn't want to hold on to.
Right.
And I thought when we were in space that the universal community sort of reads us by our color, or maybe that emotion. So if we give off a certain color in space, that's what we don't want to hold on to. So if I want to, let's say I see something that looks like an apple and I say, I'd like to perhaps see what that apple tastes like. So that would be something I don't want to hold on to, right? That would be something I'm giving off. Or am I holding on to it, but yet at the same time, they're reading it as this entity wants to do some harm here?
No, what you're doing is you're
That's one
clearly,
part of the question.
oh,
But go ahead, take that part first, and then we'll go to part two.
oh, so I don't even have the whole question? I only get half the question?
Yeah,
Part of it? Okay.
half of
all
the
right.
enchilada.
Half of the enchilada. So just the ancho. Okay. So what you're defining is Earth space. And Earth space is at the lower energy level. And when we say a lower energy level, that doesn't mean that it is not desirable. Lower energy does not mean undesirable. It's a manifestation in the physicality. So what you have is a compression. And at that point of compression, you can't take anymore because you already are what you are. But when you expand and diverge into a higher energy field, then you have more room to move around. And so you're not retaining, you're not bouncing anything off. You are absorbing and emitting those higher energies. You are not absorbing and emitting the lower energies. Let me put it to you another way. There are certain energies that are come into this earth and go out and go around. But there are some that just go right on through. They don't even stop to say hello. We call them gamma rays, right? X-rays are a little bit different, right? They don't do anything with our GANs, our blood system, our lymph system, but they do a lot with our bones. And our bones are very physical. They're part of our skeleton, and they're also part of our skull. And so we see that our bones, this is how we know what our bones look like in living color. When we look at the x-rays, we can see that the bones are in the inside of our body, but in our skull, the bones are on the outside. And then we have another field around, which we call the skin. And that skin is a physical manifestation of who we are. So we are not our skin, right? So what we're seeing is what is being reflected. That's why we can see it. You can't see what is not being reflected because it's gone. It disappears. It's absorbed. You can only see what is being reflected. And what is being reflected is in so many ways what is not us. So what is the difference? The difference is that we can hide behind our skin and say, hey, you know, this is me, but what you're seeing is not me. But once you get into a plasmatic state, you no longer see that skin. You're seeing something else. So then you say, oh, I see who you are. You can't hide from me. And that is just one energy level higher. This is where the nano at order of magnitude and the GANs at 2 orders of magnitude minimum have a higher energy field. And so when you look at the GANs, you see that the GANs is a natural lie detector, right? Because you don't see what the GANs is, like the CO2 GANs, it's white, it's not black. Carbon is black, right? The zinc GANs, the zinc is kind of silvery. The zinc GANs is white, right? The copper GANs, it's a greenish tinge. Copper is, copper colored. So, and gold is gold color. So you see that the GANS of the element is different from the element. And so the element is the lowest energy field. And every time you look at the higher energy field, the GANS, it is not singular, it is two. Carbon and oxygen will create the GANS of CO2.
So we can be sure that the genes are not blue,
Right.
but can we determine what color they are?
Who cares?
Remember when Mr. Keshe said the GANs turned black when people came in his area where they planned to do harm? So that black would be the color the GANs is it doesn't want to hold on to.
Right, it absorbs.
But
Black is no color. There's no emission. There's no color. White
or it
is
absorbs all colors. It doesn't let anything. Isn't that why we
Right.
see the nano as black? Because
Right.
maybe a couple of diamond specks in it.
Right.
But for 99.99, it's not releasing. It's
Right.
holding on to.
Right.
So again, this is a little bit of a dichotomy here.
No, it is a dichotomy, and this is why this I've been so fussy through this class, is to drive this nail home. The white is every color. The black is no color. Right?
It's
But
holding on to everything.
right. That's why it's a superconductor. Okay, so we've had fire for how long? If if we're going back 12,477
Right, that was our first foray into nano coating.
Yeah, but did we know it was nano coating?
No.
Can you imagine?
No, we did not.
It's like we're fascinated with the invention of the wheel. The wheel is not an invention. You fall down a hill and you roll to the bottom. Guess what? You've invented the wheel. That's a no-brainer. But you see lightning strike and then fire in the forest, and what we don't understand, as much as a tragedy as that is, the forest that grows afterwards is more plentiful, more it's a wealthier forest. It has rejuvenated growth
Yes.
there.
Yep.
Okay, well, I was at the age of 21, I was a volunteer fireman. And, I mean, at the end of the day, we were black. You just, when you're walking through a burnt out forest, you pick up a lot of residue. And, I mean, you wanted to wear dark clothing so you wouldn't be able to see the dirt. But our skin was black, our face was black. Anything you touched turned black. So imagine if I'm thinking now at the age of 21. I mean, I was grateful for doing that because I was a city boy, and a city boy going into the country to fight fires. That's a shock. So I was grateful for that experience, but imagine if I'd have known it. My God, look at the GANs, look at the nano coating. No one looked at it as nano coating. We had to do all this putting out these fires.
Right, we called it charcoal. Charred.
Yeah, and isn't it interesting when you look at wood, how it burns, and you look at charcoal, how it burns. So we know that, if we burn with charcoal, the fire will last longer, right? And then that, of course, but that is a fixed amount. You put a fixed amount of charcoal inside your cooker, and the heat will stay for quite a while. But now we're into propane barbecues, and when the propane runs out, the fire runs out. So we're consuming at a higher rate. But they say, well, it's cleaner. Well, no, it's all the same. Because don't you see the grill marks on your steak? And it's all like when you start to understand what we're doing with our food, why do we put it on the barbecue? We're nanocoating it. And it's the same thing we do when we put the food in our mouth. We're nanocoating it. So the enzymes in our mouth are beginning a nanocoating process. Well, why did, I wish I would have learned this when I was in school. Don't you?
Oh, yeah, that's not the only point I wish I had learned, but man's knowledge is not there, or it's
No,
systematically.
but just that little point, just if you would have known, like it, that the nanocoating was a superconductor. Like as soon as, because I understood this, okay, and what was a shock to me, because you understand there's over 3,000 hours of teaching. And, I was forced into getting, increasing my knowledge and my capability and my skill in terms of presentation and teaching, because I got the opportunity to teach at the Spaceship Institute. And so one of the first things that I had to determine was what it meant for nanocoating. And the first thing was that there was the regular equation, voltage equals current and times resistance. Well, the voltage was low, the current was high, and the resistance was zero. Well, if the resistance was zero, then how could that, that equation didn't work? So right away, I knew that Ohm's law didn't work. So then if Ohm's law doesn't work, that means you've got a superconductor, right? Because Ohm's law has to do with resistance. So if there's no resistance, that means it's full on conduction, right?
Well, it's a
So-
superconductor and a super resistor.
Well, that's the other thing. See, now, as we went through the classes, then that became the opposite thing. So one, the superconductor, and one, the super insulator, what have you got? You now have a maggraph. 1 + 1 is more than 2. Okay, so at that point, I was forced to say that. And then what I only found out this year, I was able to look at one of the sessions, and someone had pointed out one of these sessions, and I looked at it, hadn't seen it before, and in it, in plain English, Mr. Keshe says, nanocoating is a superconductor. I was like, what? That was when I first heard. I heard that like 2 years after I did that class.
And the GANs as well.
Well, once you've got that, then you go to the next level, right?
Mhm.
And then what is the level after that? So, and then if you look at your piano and you say, well, there's a high note and there's a low note. Does that mean there are no notes beyond that? And how high is the high note? And then you find, oh, well, there are harmonics. Well, do those harmonics matter? Well, yeah, which is why, we were so crazy for digital music, and now we're going back to the analog, right? Because the analog includes the harmonics. The digital is only looking at one, right? So 1, the frequency of the sound, plus 1, the harmonic, gives you the fullness of the sound, right? The tonal quality, what you call it. So 1 plus 1 is more than 2. And so that's what the analog does. So now we look at one more thing, and maybe I'm answering your question already. The eye, the way the eye moves. The eye moves digitally. So what's in between? And what's in between is the blur fill between the 2 digital points. And that blur fill is filled by us. So if let's say you're looking at a scale of 1 to 10. So you look at 2, then the next number you look at 3. So you don't see what's in between 2 and 3, but there is something in between. And so what is in between is filled in by you. So 1 plus 1 is more than 2. And then you go from 3 to 4. Well, that's another 1 plus 1. So then you look at, well, that's a straight line. Then you go into the pH scale, which is logarithmic. So now you have 1, which is at 1, plus 1, which is 10. It's not 1, it's an order of magnitude. So 1 plus 10, well, there is no way that comes out to 2. That's going to be more than 11. You get my point? And so this is where the plasma science is now explaining things. And now when, we look at what conventional science is saying, oh, well, I don't know where you came from. There was a chicken, there was an egg, it's a duck, walks like a duck, must be a duck, who knows? And those are unsatisfactory explanations. Now we can explain these things. And when we explain them, there has to be a consistency, a continuity, and there has to be an accuracy. And in the time I've been with the foundation, I have never seen any inaccuracy. So everything that we are doing, advancing in terms of technology, is based on sound principles. You know why? Because you have 1, your point of existence, and you have 1, your target point, and the sum of those 2 is your product. And so we created the universal enhancement system, and guess what? It works. Well, that is your verification and validation, isn't it? That's your scientific verification and validation. And then you take that, and then you go to the next level, and you say, we have a space unit. And, did they go? 66 people went into outer space, all safely. How does that happen?
And I just want to bring the reactor group, thank you, Alex, in this week. I thought it was quite interesting in part of this week's Keshe Plasma Reactor group, where Gianni brought in this working with the bees in the plasma water. Thank you, Lissy, for putting it into the Keshe American Knowledge Team, where you can see that, or it has its own YouTube site, I guess. But very interesting how he said now the queen bee can sense a person's intentions from a kilometer away from the hive. Now here she is probably in pretty much low light or no light inside the center or wherever she resides within the hive. But yet, as you approach that hive, even if you didn't know it was there, let's say you probably can't see it from a kilometer away, the queen bee can sense your intentions. I know Mr. Keshe has told us to practice with the GANs and things to sense the different feelings or sensations we get from it, but he said that he can hold a diamond. Of course, he worked with diamonds from the mining to the retail end of it, but he can take a diamond and put it in his hands and he can sense whether that diamond came from a river, a deep mine, or an ocean. So these are the sort of sensing abilities as I guess we get developed. Maybe these abilities, as he said, with people going through this system, would be able, all sorts of new abilities that we never knew we possessed, or maybe that are somehow transferred to us. But I think we probably possess them, but we're not aware of it. But just amazing. I don't know where Gianni came up with that figure, or if it was, you know, scientifically, or this is just some knowledge that has been passed down. But where the queen can sense the intentions of a person approaching the hive from quite a distance away. So she is very sensitive, as Mr. Keshe said, he is as well, of sensing these intentions or emotions, even if the person didn't even see the hive. And isn't this is what you were saying about the universal community, right, Alex? Mr. Keshe said as well, where they can sense your intentions.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they don't have to see you. So, you know, as a man, you know, we understand men's jokes, you know, and we really discount women's intuition, you know, assuming that we don't have any intuition, right? But you know, the reason we downplay our intuition is because, and we allocate it to women, is because the intuition is kind of a, you know, it's kind of a point of weakness, right? It's an unfounded knowledge,
We're
right?
seeing through the eye of the soul. As Mr. Keshe said, the person will get his physical sight back, but also this enhancement of the eye. He's seeing now through the eye of the soul, or that's what happens when you go into the enhancement system area.
Well, yeah, and the man, you know, the macho man is more physical bound, you know, so the woman is considered as more emotional. So it's okay for the woman to have, you know, intuition, and that's fine, you know, but don't men mustn't have an intuition. You have to proof, show me, you know, it's got to be there. But you know, when you get into this science, you have to use all your faculties, and you have to take all the things into account. So your decision making is based on your scheme. If you have too small a scheme, you might miss something that's critical. But if you have too large a scheme, well, you're never going to finish anything. So there has to be a balance. And at some point, you know, that balance is going to be our manifestation point. And is that going to be adequate? So what we've now found is that our manifestation point on this earth space has been inadequate, and it's caused us to be, well, to eat other creatures.
Yes.
And so how
Mike,
do we graduate from that low level activity?
well, if you're not hungry and you're absorbing more fields, you probably wouldn't want to eat another being. You wouldn't, it would be repulsive. I think that's what he said about people processing through this unit. I know Galib said that he had a harder time. He was eating, but it's just like he didn't want it anymore. He almost had to force it, and then he didn't have a great feeling about it afterwards. Micah put in the chat, incredible. I didn't know about the queen, Mark. Bees are incredible species. I heard from Venus. Well, I don't know where that came from, but very possible. We're going to be meeting many of these other entities. Lissy has put in the chat, if we change the ecosystem, we do not eat each other. We find the balance between beings. It is a great step towards peace. Let's change the environment. Thank you, both Micah and Lissy. Anyone else would like to bring something, or Alex, did you finish on that?
Well, I only answered half your question, and I just want to say that these last two comments were brilliant. Thank
Yeah,
you.
right in line with everything. So when we look at the Gans and it's green, that means the Gans is not a greenish bluish color or a variation of greenish bluish, depending on when you made it and your intentions and the fields and the environment and so on. So that's the color the Gans is not holding.
Right. So if you know by the color that it's not holding, that it is the identifies the GANs. So you're identifying the GANs by what it's not holding, right? So if that particular GANs has changed its color, and we know that the CUO GANs can change its color, that means it's changed its environment. So in order to manifest in that environment, then it has to not hold on to something else until it can get to its normal balance point, right? So we don't sit on that balance point. We move, beyond our balance point or short of our balance point, right? Through our activities. So this is why, you will find that certain plants will grow in certain parts on the earth. Because you could say, oh, well, it's the earth environment. Yeah, well, that's that the whole earth has this environment, but there is a specific environment in one zone, there's a specific environment in the other zone. And what that environment zone is doing is a feedback. And so in that feedback, it becomes a feeding byproduct. And so it's feeding to that plant. What are the plants doing? They're responding to the environment, aren't they? And if the environment is not conducive to them, they are not going to go there. They're not stupid. They go to where they're welcome or where they're called for. And that's the same thing with us. So if the plants are called, and that's what they do, they go, and you understand that plants are metal factories, right? They absorb elements. So each plant is called by the earth space to clean up that particular element to progress towards the balance point. If the plants are called to progress to that balance point, now you understand why we are here, because we've been called here to progress to that balance point. And you understand that this earth space can function very well without us, right? Because the earth space doesn't need our garbage. So we have just misunderstood our purpose. And in many cases, too many cases, we've abdicated our purpose to the point where we're saying, oh, I don't know what I'm here for. And when you look at your life and you say, well, this is my life. And it's really, that's why you came here. That's why you were created. That's why you traveled all the way from wherever you were. You came here for that. And then at the end of your life, you're just saying, well, that was pointless. Well, it's not pointless. We have a purpose. And our immediate purpose is to understand our purpose. And as far as this part is concerned, this is part of our Earth space purpose. We came here to Earth space for a purpose. We didn't come to Mars space. We came to Earth space. Okay, so there is a reason for that because a choice was made. We didn't go to Jupiter space or Venus space. We came to Earth space. The question we need to ask is, why did we come to Earth space? And if your answer is to create all this garbage and mayhem, you've got to be kidding. Look at the rest of the universe. Well-organized clean, benevolent, full of energy, full of vitality, and the many stars out there who are working as catalysts,
Maybe,
non-consumers.
maybe because we were clever, we figured out how to come into this earth space.
Well, if I may, just one more point, please, and that is we have now a situation because of all this mayhem here that a lot of us may want to leave, and so one of the things that was mentioned is that we don't have enough people to do all the work to clean up this planet. Okay, so that's one thing. The second thing, my point is, I think heaven is on earth, and I don't have any desire to leave this planet. So when I found out that leaving this planet was part of alternative 3, we came up with alternative 4, and that is to ecosystemically clean up this planet and do this in a moral fashion. So, and we will do that.
Okay, it all depends on what you want to do and where you want to go. But I think he said it's so beautiful once you experience it. It's like getting that new job that you said after you get it, you said, gee, why did I wait so long and put up with all the problems with the old job when this one is so much smoother and so much better? But I clung on to that old position. But again, everyone makes their choices of what they want to do. And we'll be bringing back some of the technology here. This is the most beautiful place in the universe in the matter state, as it was spoken to us. And apparently the milk and honey has arrived. Anyone else want to bring up something? All the talkative knowledge seekers that are here with us, I'm sure some sort of bell or something has gone off in you you'd like to share with the others, perhaps? You've overwhelmed them, Alex. You must tone it down a little bit.
Oh, I can't tone it down. Mr. Keshe keeps racing ahead.
Well,
You
Rick
know?
experienced that in the last workshop. He says there hasn't been a workshop in 437 workshops where at the end no one had their hand up and no one was ready to voice a question. So he said, I think you've satisfied all the attendees, let's say, and participants. Same here, perhaps.
Well, you know, this knowledge has to sink in, and because the words have meanings, and in our society we use double entendres an awful lot, you know, and euphemisms. That doesn't work in science. You know, words have meanings, and then they convey a lot of thought behind those words. Otherwise, those words have no meaning, really. You know, why would you have this variety of words when each word, you know, if each word had the same meaning? It doesn't. It has a different context. So words have meanings, and substituting one word for another doesn't change, you know, doesn't change the idea. So what we are needing to do is to be more precise, and we need to be more responsible, and we need to be more aware of our positioning. And in order to do that, we have to start asking different questions. And so that question is, what exactly am I positioning between? So if my manifestation point is beyond, is manifest by 2 points. What are those 2 points? And if in our limited learning capability, we decided those are the points that create our manifestation point, and then you put that to a test, and when you find that in that test, that's not that manifestation point, it's a different manifestation point. So then you say, my understanding is not true. So we have to modify our understanding, and we have to modify our words, and then we have to modify our points of reference, our dynamic plasma interaction fields, and how many fields. So as we become more skillful, we can take into more things into account. And this is the beauty of it. And it's not work. It's in fact, it becomes a pleasure, because doing anything well is satisfying. It's when you can't do something well that it becomes frustrating. And so why is it frustrating? Because you've missed the point. You've missed that manifestation point. So now we are aware there are other points to consider. Okay, well, how's that going to play into your everyday life? Well, guess what? Through what we call the Corona dividend, and now we have we have other dividends. What it's doing is accelerating all of these activities. And so it's bringing it to that point of conversion. And so, enough is enough. And how much is enough? How big is large? Well, we have to make that decision. We can't delay it any longer, because we've come to an existential crisis. And furthermore, what was really distressing me before I got into the Keshe Foundation, and Mr. Keshe mentioned this, every time we rotate around the sun as a planet, we go one flux line closer to the center. So, I don't know how many years it's going to take for us to get gravitationally pulled back into the sun, but there is a number. There is a number of fields. So if we can interact, if we can modify, then the prophecies as we know it will have a different manifestation point. You see, because the prophecies assume a non-intervention. So, in other words, are you hungry? Okay, well, you know what? If you don't eat, you're going to still be hungry. And then tomorrow you say, oh, I was hungry yesterday and I'm hungry today. Well, did you eat? No. Well, then why are you complaining? You knew that you were going to be hungry. That was your prophecy, and you did nothing about it. Well, now we have the capability of doing something about it. That power has fallen within our hands. How cool is that? I think it's a wonderful thing, and I think we should all be immensely grateful. But then on the other hand, it necessitates us to get to work and do things.
As one of the songs said, what's cooler than cool? Ice cold. If I could take the screen for a moment, and then we'll come back to you, Alex. I just want to review some of the things we talked about earlier for those who may listen to this broadcast in the future. And people can also, again, put together something they'd like to bring or ask Alex in the next couple of minutes, if you would. And I'll read what Jefferson as well as Lissy put in the chat from Hassan. But this is the Keshe Foundation store. And here is the all-purpose flight simulation experience, which you would physically have to travel to Linz through conventional means. If you're in Europe, obviously it would be much easier and much less expensive. And for a 30-minute time in the flight simulation experience, it would be €1,000. This is the one, it's in stock. You can start pre-ordering now. If you'd rather not, Mr. Keshe was saying it could be $3,000. I think we mentioned that earlier, about just for the round trip ticket, say from the United States or California or different locations, maybe less. If the flight isn't canceled by the time you get to the airport. Apparently there's been thousands of these. I don't know what the actual reason is, but they say it's a staffing issue. So if you didn't want to have to go through the airports, you can take this, what they're calling the mobile flight experience. And again, this would be €2,000, but you would actually get transported through a form of transmutation using headphones in your cell phone, as I understand it, at this point. So you can pre-order now, and this will be probably coming later in the year. I don't know exactly when, but sometimes things go quicker than predicted, and sometimes the things, if they don't get it right, they may have to go back to the board or to make some other adjustments. So these are what we were talking about today. And then you can go over to the side and see all the different products, the books, other things that are offered by the Keshe Foundation through the manufactured products, from pain pens to dry ganses to butterflies, mag revs perhaps, but all the different products, it's probably up in the 100 to 200 now. I'm not exactly sure. I think the last time we checked, it was 150, 60 products. And again, he's may not be emphasizing so much on the store. I think one of the last products I saw added was the tip, lip, and hip cups, which are in the store now, depending for migraine, for the herpes simplex, or for menstrual cramping, where people, some of them can't even walk. And you can find those all within this website here. And this, of course, helps support the foundation. Here's the butterflies, for example. But everything, all the money is basically put back into the foundation, other than the costs of operation. So it's not like someone's getting a all expense paid trip to South Africa or something along that line, or, you know, buying a new Ferrari or something along that line. And who's going to need a Ferrari anyway at the rate we're going? But the matter state will still continue, at least for a while. So that was basically it, Alex. If you'd like to take the screen back, I just wanted to show the store for a moment, and for people who listen perhaps in the future, to see where they can go to. And again, if you're not ready for a flight system, you can always start with some of the pain pens or pain pads. There's so many different products, t-shirts and other clothing with the GANTs embedded in there, and so on and so forth. Thank you for that. And
Thank
now,
you, Mark.
if I may, let me just read what Jefferson has put in the chat. As said somewhere, we would be in good way of living, only having honey and milky, cheese in parentheses. We don't need killing any manifestation anymore. And then he has in parentheses 20%. And this is the 20% that we're short. We're all absorbing 80% of the energies we need for daily existence, but because we've linked ourselves to the iron apparently on this planet, we are short about 20%. And so therefore, we need to take things or take other living entities. We haven't learned how to absorb the full fields. And so this being short 20% causes us to kill and consume or convert another entity. whether it be a plant or an animal or what have you. So this is what we're trying to get away from, because in the universe, we don't see this sort of behavior. I don't think the creator does anything like that. The creator absorbs fields. You won't find him at the burger place or the pizza palace or anything like that. And I believe it's the same with the universal community. They may do it differently, but they're also absorbing fields. If we go to, Lissy said this is from Hassan. So she's put this in the chat. I put all of what Vernie and Jalal suggested us. I used plasma coated wires as Jalal suggested. I used the wires which were on the Cup of Man and Cup of Life 1 and 2. I put nano wires around the air pipes, CH3 CuO mix in the bottle and linked to the negative. I put, and this was in the teaching, I believe, in the Brazilian group and so on. I put nanowires around the air pipe CH3 cup mix in the bottle and linked to the negative on the battery, I believe. I put a nano in the spark plug and a ring around the shock, looks like shock cable. I usually need to hold the shock and heat the engine 5 minutes before starting. I don't quite understand that. I stopped using it. No need for heating anymore. Just one kickstart now. Sounds like a motorbike or motorcycle. But yes, you're absorbing energies, and apparently it works quite well on the motors and engines and so on to bring in this plasma energy, and just a little bit of a turn of the key starts things up. And I know Gail in South Africa was talking about so many of the taxis down there have to actually push the vehicle to get it started. They have older batteries, so this may be something, again, to bring to everyone. More of a combination of nano and the matter state working together, but it is an opening for someone to investigate this knowledge more and more as they see what it can do, even in a small way. I don't think it's a small way. I think it's quite profound. And again, out of our normal realm of understanding of how this technology works. So thank you, Lissy, for putting that into the chat that we could share it. Would anyone else like to bring up something? I know it's just after 11 in Europe and some other places, but feel free to, again, a round table. No one's going to criticize you and tell you you don't understand and so on and so forth. Alenka, hello, dear. Okay, that might be an inadvertent mic opening. Yes, she's closed it. No, it's back open. No. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Mark, I just want to take this opportunity to thank everyone for allowing me to present again and continue with this series. And I'm glad that you're sticking it out with this, because it's gratifying to me, and I hope it's rewarding for you.
Yes,
And
there's so much more to come, Alex. So much more. As Mr. Keshe said, he's just opened the door to this knowledge.
yeah, and that's why we're going to be talking about the gateway next week, if I get the chance.
Are you opening the gate fully or just cracking it open?
No, just a little. We're still in the Earth space. Hello. Don't go too fast, too far.
Yeah, no, as he said, he's bringing us into the universal community gradually. But imagine feeling the essence and the presence of the creator within the system, depending. So it's beyond, again, what we even thought a year ago. Mr. Keshe, as I said, he's been doing this around the universe for millions of years. So this is not his first fishing trip, let's say, in bringing a civilization out into the universe. Probably a little different to each one, but the overall way is the end results, let's say, are the same. That they start to explore a much bigger realize, you know, it's like someone who's cooped up in the house. They're afraid to go outside, whatever phobias, fears, maybe they're afraid of bugs or, you know, different things like that. But we're opening up the whole understanding of the universe, I think, to mankind at this point. And we're all playing some sort of role in that and assisting in whatever way we can. So we're all part of it, even though we may not realize it to
Mark?
the full extent. Oh, Shweta, yes.
Oh, Mark, I want to say something. I thank you, my dear Alex. When you teach, when the teachings all over goes on, you know, in Keshe Foundation, our beautiful teachers. From within, I feel like I'm an immortal. I am an immortal. We are all immortals. And we have been here many times, as my Messiah Shimanand said. And this cycle has been before. We all became gods and immortals. And
Shawata, are
some
you
of us.
dancing?
I always dance, my dear
There,
Jalal.
you just got clearer, Shweta. Thank you, Jalal.
Yeah.
Oh.
It seems like
I dance.
she's dancing, you know,
It sounded like
Yes.
you were on the other side of the room, Shweta. That's all.
rotating. Yeah.
Yes, you know, Jalal, you are right. I like to dance. I like to sing. I like all the art form because this in this way I live. You know, this is living for me and for all of us in a way. And I will say that thank you, my dear Jalal. Thank you. One day I will dance with you. Prepare yourself.
I don't have time. I am dancing with
No,
my
you
wife.
have to be in time.
I am
Yeah.
I am dancing
So
with my wife, my dear.
you have to practice Indian classical dance. You see?
Oh, I love that.
Art. So thank you, my dear. Thank you so much for your beautiful heart. I will say that we became gods, and you know, when why the cataclysm came, we can see all over the planet the beauties that was being there, and those who left has misused all this, given us a wrong narrative because they had the power, they had a little that left within them. And then the wise ones left and crossed the bridge. And as Alex was saying, that plasma also created a barrier. Then the barrier was created at that time. And then the thing, well, I will say the conditions were on their hands and they manipulated all those yawns of time. And we came thousands of time and we didn't understand. Even we are gods, we are immortals, we fall every time. But this time, the feeling of immortality is making me so in beauty and totality that I can't even see my physicality sometimes. And we know we have to go with this physicality this time. We all have to learn this. We all have to learn this. This is the science of humanity, universal. So I will say there was a film of a Hollywood director, many are familiar, Roland Emmerich, and there was a film called Tide. And there, the film started with the advanced being that were also human, came here with advanced technology or mechanism, you can say. And here, there is all the earth is full of mud and water because of the tide that is so horrible and that has to come because of our conducts, and the moon is there. We can see it clearly. And that even what they faced is that the technology they came with, they met with the people, they know that there is a dimension and they misuse that. And I'm sorry, they misuse that knowledge and said those who remained in this earth according to their choice, the mud people. But the mud people came to understand the way they chosen their condition, as we are now in this position, that we have to leave Earth anyway. But then, how much you understand why we should leave? Why there is a conditional change? Why there is a change of everything? There must be a change. There is changing, and we have to be there, or like that mud people in ignorance. So I will say that here the prophet is our soul, the traveler is the soul. And that was the prophecies I have been through all the time. We all have been through all the time. So this is the time the soul has came up with the Kali, the justice, from within us, like that. And that is that we should understand that there is no such thing as enemy. There is the energies we don't need anymore. And if we do that, then we can create a sustainability, an oasis for those who are coming to us, like that. There is no enemy. It has been created. It's a wrong narrative. And they said, you are coward. You are coward. You don't face anything. You are not courageous at all. But courage is the virtue of the heart. It doesn't need a sword, a knife, or like that. There's no need to war because there is no enemy. So we have to understand, I mean, as we have been through all from thousands of years, this should not be there. The kindness has been done. There's no suffering anymore because as they feed on this, getting the feedback, there's no suffering. There's always kindness here, like that. I say because in the ancient scripts and Vedas and all that is there, I have grown up with these all these around. I feel that from inside that you have to open your heart. You have to open your heart. The courage is there, and that is why we are going to transit from here, not to be the mud people, like that. I don't know. I was able to convey the message properly, but here we are all immortals. As the soul is there, we are the souls, and we understand that nothing is impossible. The dimensions we said unknown are so much, so much, and lots of lovers are there, full of lovers. I will say like that. And of course, dance and singing is always there, celebration. Besides the pain and suffering we left behind, there is no pain and suffering. We didn't allow it anymore, and we can throw it like garbage. It should be depleted because there is no enemy. So this is what I wanted to say, my dear Mark. Thank you for listening, dear Mark. Salam, namaste, salute. Thank you, Jalal. Thank you, Alice. Thank you, Jefferson. You see, all beautiful souls. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Shweta, as well. And please keep Shweta in your thoughts and prayers, as well as the Universal Council. Shweta's representing over 1 billion human souls, plus all the plants and animals and everything else in India. So please help raise the soul of the Universal Council. But at one point, Mr. Keshe said that India has always been an anomaly for the Keshe Foundation. And I was thinking it should almost be a natural fit with the writings of the Vedas and the other books, the Vimanas. And I would just think it would just fit in so beautifully with the Indian history and the teachings and some of the books they read. I don't know why he would say it's been an anomaly or it's hard to break into this culture or something along that. I don't think it will be. It's coming, but he said it's always been an anomaly for the India.
Yes,
been an anomaly.
It's an anomaly.
Why?
It's an anomaly.
Can you explain a little more about that?
Because
Enlighten us.
what India, the name given by the Romans, I will say, It was not India. It was part of what I say, the one nation, one planet, one race. In the ancient times, there was no India. There was all in the oneness, and they created Hindustan and then Hinduism and all. But these Vedas, this oneness of these books or the knowledge is the script of all. This anomaly has been created to distract people, or to give the wrong narrative, because here in India, people come close to these narratives, real narratives, real narratives. And because in Persia, you can see that in all the Middle East, you see the Europe, that was not Europe before. It was part of the one nation, one planet. And you can see how they restored the buildings, the Tartarian buildings, the beautiful buildings that was ancient. And the most beautiful places they captured. And they kicked us from there in this desert and dry lands. Well, I will say that this anomaly has been created to have that feeling of suffering, that is a good place and that is a bad place. Here, poor people live. Here, rich people live. This started from here, I will say. This mentality is so much intense here, you cannot even imagine. There are thousands of religions, thousands of gurus, thousands of fake teachers, and they just distracted everything. And one became the Lord, and even the Lord fall down and died. So how can we explain that? This is an anomaly. This is a big anomaly that has to be come out. The truth will dissolve this. Maybe from Hindustan, or I will say what people know, India, will come the truth, the truthful way. As we have the dark, I will say, a kind of, they captured, they hidden this a long time. But now, as the transparency is there, they can't hide that. And well, I will say, well, we are prophet of our own. We understand now what is it. Because India is a big, you can see 2 billion people, but nobody comes and asks me. Very few people comes. So this is what I will say here. They worship the Devi, the goddess, and the second they abuse her and throw her in the nalas and the rivers. So here is the anomaly. It has to be dissolved. Otherwise, the truth will never come out, like that. As I understand here, this is my understanding. The proper way of awakening should be from here. So nobody can come here to say that I have to be, there is the rupees, the rupaya, the money, and I will get the salvation. No, no, no. Money is not going to give you the salvation. It is you have to keep. You have to create your own point of transparency. How can you do that like this? So this is why the anomaly is here. All the India is full of ashrams and temples and mosques and all. And there's a dense intensity of this intensified matter that is so garbage that for them, throwing up is also a suffering, They count it as pain. The table chairs just go away. How can I do that? Like that. This is what they think. We here in India, we teach about the ancient people. I will say in Bharata and Persia, the Atma, the Jivatma, the soul. But we forget that the soul is here and it is coming from within. And then justice is also coming. And with the justice, the truth will come like that. We call it Kali. So here is my interpretation, my dear Mark. I am not a very learned person in the Vedas, but as I grew up, I see all this thing around me. This is my experience. So
Beautiful. And as we mature, we're raising the
Yeah.
soul of humanity, and India
Mm.
and all the rest of the nations are included in that humanity
Of
and
course.
raising the soul of the earth and raising the soul of the universe. So we're
Of course.
maturing into a higher level, just thinking about maybe the United States or, another country and this and that. So he said we weren't mature thinking again in that
Yes.
sort of manner, but humanity includes India as well as all the nations on this planet. Beautiful.
Mm. When the universal people are here, they're welcoming us in that way, in the one way, when we step forward, they open, like the heart is open. Welcome, my dear. They say like that. As a housewife welcomes every person. Oh, please to come. Like that, They come, they welcome and open their heart and the door, as Alex was going to teach. There is a door, and that has to be opened, and it will be opened by our knowledge of this universal mechanism, our universal creator. So here we are, and we are going to transit in a way with all the lovers they want to go. So this is what. Thank you, my dear Mark. I have.
And we'll experience this embracing of Mitra as well.
Yes, yes, of course.
Yes. I just want to read what's in the chat. Let's see, if we put small containers inside and outside the house with cup 1 plasma water, so that all kinds of animals benefit and even evaporate and return to rain, we contribute to the balance, the change of the environment with peace. Randy said, Lissy, I have put 15 ml plasma tubes of a mixture of ZNO, CO2, and cup 1 on all the fence posts that are near the garden. Perfect, Randy, Lissy says, thanks, because the balance, it is everyone's job every day. And we know the GANS knows where to go and what to do. But that's very nice. As it evaporates and the rainwater refills it, it's almost a continuing process, so to speak. And we can all do that. And that's part of the spraying and the releasing of the GANS waters, because not only humanity, but all the other beings have a chance to elevate as well. We would only think of it years ago or whatever as humanity, but now it's everyone, cats, dogs, lions, plants, flowers, all are experiencing or want to experience this expansion of the soul. And as people leave, he said if he can put enough people through this system, then apparently the whole system will expand to the whole planet Earth to become, as a way, the seed, let's say, of more things happening in the universe. Okay. Anyone else want to bring in anything else at this point, or we can wind it down?
In the
Yes.
plasma,
Wow.
it is like a chain of reaction. If we change one magnet, all the magnets have to take a new position, and this new position change everything, and it makes it dynamic. So always think about what you have is a magnet. When you put them together, 3, 4, 5, and you leave them for a while, they will stagnate. They have to have something, to trigger them all the time. That means change a position like a magnet. So if you connect them to you, that will be good, but you need to interact with them all the time. If you connect them to the plants, if you connect them to the animals or whatever, so you will have a dynamic of magnets always at work. This is the point of
Very
this
nice.
plasma. It must be dynamic. And don't think, if it is not about you make a CO2 or CH3. It is about when you make this CO2 change its position to another string and go back to another string. It's there where you will get this what you call energy. in at all levels, do to what you set them to do. The plasma, you know why it's work with the cars, or work with the cycles or whatever, because there is change of condition. When the condition change in respect to what you are putting there, this nano materials or gases or plasma, it have to react. When it's react, it will release, it will take, and it will give. And this is the point. Plasma with its own would not do anything. Even two plasmas, with it is only them interact, will not do anything. You need to change the environment of these two plasmas there, where always they are giving and taking in respect to the environment they are in and what you want them to do. I hope it is, it is simple. In understanding, it's very simple, but it's very hard to make this plasma interact. But it's very easy.
Okay,
And
make up your mind.
this
Is
the
it
point.
simple or is it easy?
Look, it is very, very difficult for those who do not understand. But it will be very simple and very easy for those who understand. You know, I always bring the position of CO2 when we change it to CH4. It's a huge difference, really, between CO2 and CH4. It's a jump, in reality.
Well,
But
as he said, we're going to continue making the magravs and the Ganses because we have nothing to do.
no, what is Maghreb? What is Ganses? What we are doing? It is not everything. It is coming from plasma. It is where he said God the creator and human is what? What is a human? A converter. A converter from this energy to this energy. That's why he's dynamic. He move. He do. He take and give. And this should be your magnets. Just look at it. It is a magnet in a string. What these magnets give, and you can make whatever magnets you want. And how much easier for you to make ganses? How much easy? For the others, they cannot do anything. They are putting in that position and finished. They have to fight, they have to do, they have to, but you not. You enter a world of making, doing, creating. We need to step it, push it more. Yes, we need to go to the higher, which is inside us. Yes, also we need.
I often think of that statement. We use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man.
Yes. In the end, he will come to you and he will say, you say you done this and that and this. You used here 5 milli, you used here 15 milli, and you made your UFO, or you made your battery, or you made whatever, your magra, and what is inside you is that and this and this. You change here the position, you can change it by your emotion. You used here, let's say, salt of this kind, you are using here love. You are used here when you become gravitational. You used here, let's say, a fear. It's the same thing. The emotions equal to the motion, and the motion coming from different type of salts and different type of how much energy you give. In the end, we will come to this point where we will use our physicality. How much we increase that to become to this point, we can take 1,000 years and we can take 1 second, and it need only to let go all this history, all was its deceiver. And all of us, guys, there is no India, there is no Iraq, there is no America. This is all names given to us to hold on what it's
Yeah,
not for us.
to divide us.
Yes, it is not for us. How much you can live here and what you're gonna take. Even your body is not yours. And you are very fortunate, very, very fortunate, and very lucky to take it with you. And it's not yours.
Yeah, they must look at this earth and, it's like a house with all the, we're on a spaceship, but yet the windows and the walls are expanding and there's all kinds of noise and fighting going on in the house. And the neighbor is saying, wow, I wonder what's going on in that house. Gee, it's like a balloon expanding and shrinking and poking out in this area. So we're on a spaceship. We don't need the passports. We don't need the borders. And, we're a scientific organization, and the religions and all the other colors and all this, we're a scientific organization. And all
this
these
knowledge,
things have
all
caused
all this
mayhem.
knowledge to become for one point, to make a difference, to change the environment, because there is no bad. Absolutely, there is no bad. Look to the children's, and you will see all of them the most beautiful creation ever. And come after a while, you will see one is very good, and one is little bit good, and one is more good. And eh, in reality, it's the condition, how they conditioned themselves due to the environment. So we need to change only the environment, and this human will go back to his origin, and his origin is goodness. You can see him from the first minute he is walking in this earth, coming to the matter state. When he born, there is no bad, there is no devil, there is no nothing. All of them is beautiful, but it's the environment, it is the condition, it is the belief, it is the way we learn things, and how we can change this sort of energy to this sort of energy without harming anyone and without losing also. We are keeping so many things, and we pay so much energy for keeping these things, and in the end we leave them and go.
Yep,
But we find because of missing the real point, we are here. We come with, as Mr. K said, the soul comes with energy of 1,000 and go out with energy of 200. Because of what? Misconduct. He only wants you to preserve this 800, not to lose. At least you come with 1,000, you go out with 1,000 to establish a new condition without being slave, because you have need. Thank you, guys. Thank you, all of you. Wish you a new week of learning and trying to catch the teaching of Mr. Cash.
Yes, we've come from the light and we will return to the light. Up to you when you want to make that transition. And I thought it was interesting when you may bring a universal citizen home to mother. Hopefully they'll look somewhat similar, but there's all kinds of things going on here and creating new children even with the universal community. So that could sound to some as very outlandish, but yet it's been spoken of and it will also happen at the right point in time. Okay,
And
I'd like,
you know
yes.
what? You know what, Mark? No, really. You know what?
Go
All of
ahead.
you guys, you speak about universal community and they are will come. Guys, it is energy. We are all of us, whatever you see, whatever not see, it is one egg. Everything here, everything there, it is one. It is only the point of manifestation. When the right moment of establish a matter state or condition, it will establish. You know, like the energy in the body, when it is the right moment to establish a matter state or whatever we call it, whatever comes in our body from energy point to a matter state, we call it all sort of things, calcium, potassium, magnesium, whatever, bone, cell. It is the point of manifestation. That do not mean the energy of it, it's not cover the whole body. You are not going from this point to this point. There is no time in the body. There is no time. The same energy from the last point in your head to the last point in your feet. It's called aura. This aura, it's covered the whole body. It's the same energy. So there is no time in this aura. It is there. So it's us in all of this universe. It is us. You are here in this point and your energy in that point in that galaxy. It's no different. You manifest Mark or Jalal or Suwata or Jefferson or Andy or whatever name here, and in the same point, it manifests itself there. And in the same main point, it manifests itself there. You are all over the place. But the problem, we do not know it. That's all. You do not know that there is another mark. You do not know there is another mark, and there is another mark, and there is another mark. Why? Because it's the difference of energy level. If you increase your energy level, you tap to the communication line of the other mark. That's all. You are not traveling. You are not traveling. You just open a channel. Or, you know, like what you say. You are in a room and all these windows is closed, black. You open this side, this window, you are there. You open this window, you are there. You are already there, but you don't know it.
Right, we're almost like in a bounce house that they rent for the parties. You know, we're jumping and bouncing all over the place. Like it's going to simmer down. I think we're going to go into a much more mature planet as we start to serve and respect one another. And these other things sort of fall by the wayside, or we realize that they're really not for us anymore. What we thought was important, maybe the religion, and we dedicated and all these things are going to start to fall away as we become more enlightened and elevated. Thank you, Jalal, very much. Okay, anyone
My
else?
pleasure. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for all your teaching as well. Anyone else want to bring anything else before we go? Okay. It's an amazing group, a beautiful bouquet we have here, and obviously the family's growing and growing, and we'll be bringing in some more universal flowers. I mean, we are universal citizens, I think. We just haven't realized it. And many of us probably have come here on a certain mission that we haven't been allowed to remember everything, but we'll have time to remember. We'll have time to think about these things in the near future. And paths we have taken, perhaps we can't recall, and some of the transmutations and so on and so forth. So a beautiful whole universe is opening up to, it's being offered to us. It's up to you whether you, which position you feel you'd like to stay in. And again, it's just a path. No one's particularly right or particularly wrong. As he said, if you want the donkey or the jumbo jet or the UFO, we give you the UFO. And then, but even the UFOs are sort of quite inquisitive about what's going on in Linz, let's say. So it's all beautiful and all part of the same family. And this family is getting elevated, as we hear in that New Tomorrow. Mr. Keshe has a universal project going on, and maybe we'll be part of that project to do this unification. Galaxies will change positions and stars and so on and so forth. Anyone else before we go to the, I'd like to play the message to humanity this time. Alex, anything else or anyone else? And then we'll play the final disclaimer and the meeting will come to an end. But the meeting probably never ends as we continue into one sort of gathering into another gathering in different positions. And of course, tomorrow there will be another flight simulation. I think that's at 6 p.m. CEST in the public room number 939-474-503, as I understand it. Also, that may conflict with the Mojan teaching, which is on Monday. We'll have to see, which is another room you can go into. That's a private room, but I think it's open to everyone, whether you're a private student or not. Tuesday, of course, is the One Planet, One Nation, One Race for World Peace at 4 p.m. in the same public room, the 939-474-503. TV Galactica with Marie, Raphael, and Rosanna normally is there at 11:59 p.m. CEST on Tuesday. Wednesday at 7 a.m. is the Keshe Plasma Reactor group with Mr. Rick Crammon. Thursday, of course, is another Knowledge Seekers Workshop, as Mr. Keshe continues to deliver the knowledge of the universe. Friday, the meeting in the Brazil Portuguese language community, and that again is also at 11:59 p.m. CEST, and that is a public room starting with 760. I'm not sure of the rest of the numbers. Anything anyone else would like to add at this point? So there's many ways to tap into the, yes, go ahead.
Oh, yes, thanks, Mark. I just wanted to say very quickly, I'm so very grateful to be part of the Knowledge Seekers community worldwide, and to have become, well, my friend Randy, our fellow Knowledge Seeker, is the one who brought me into this about 3 years ago, and I'm so grateful for that and all of the knowledge that I've gained over the past 3 years. And it's just been such a blessing. And to get to know so many of you as well that are on this call here right now. I'm very grateful, and thank you so much, Mark, as well, for, I've been tuning into your every Sunday here, as many as I can. Sometimes I miss them.
Yeah, no problem. It's beautiful to have you.
It's just been fantastic. And Alex as well, your teachings are incredible. I'm just absolutely in immense awe and gratitude for the knowledge that you have shared with all of us. So that's my 2 cents, and I'll pass the talking stick back to you, Mark. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're even talking like Randy now with this talking stick. Thank you, Randy,
Well,
for co-host.
that's because Randy and we are both on a radio show as well. It's my mother's radio show every Thursday. It's called A Night at the Round Table, and it's on BBS Radio Station 2, bbsradio.com, Station 2 every Thursday. And it's a round table, and so we have what we say, we pass the talking stick to the person that's going to be talking. So that's where that comes from.
Do they allow you to speak about is it about the plasma technology? Is it, do
you know what?
I've
I've actually been giving reports on from all of the teachings and trying to keep people up to date on what Mr. Keshe has been teaching us over the past number of years, and Randy as well. We both share updates from Keshe Foundation on that show, and it's been a lot of fun. We actually, I had the opportunity to get the Honorable Paul Hellyer. He's not with us anymore, but he was 97 years old when I co-interviewed him on my mother's show, and that was back in 2021. I think it was February 11th, 2021, we got to interview him, and that was an absolute treat. You can actually just type it into a Google search. You type in A Night at the Round Table with Paul Hellyer, Paul Hellyer, and he was the Minister of Defense for 30 years for Canada. And he was one of the first people to come in front of the world stage and say that UFOs are as real as the planes that fly over our heads.
Right.
He said that at the first UFO convention, I think it was in 2001, when they first had that. So it was a great interview, guys. If anybody wants to check it out, you can listen to it for free on the BBS archives, website archives.
Yes, he always seemed like a beautiful, gentle soul to me and wanted humanity to know more about the truths in the universe. I've always sensed that when he spoke, that he was that way and didn't want things so hidden and kept from the general population. So yes, beautiful soul. We elevate his soul. Thank you, Paul.
Yes, I much love and respect to that man. I got to know him briefly for maybe 6 months, but we were actually fairly close to the time that we shared, and really wonderful. He had 6 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren. So God bless him, and Creator bless him. And thank you, Mark. Bye for now.
Yes, yes. And now we'll go to unless someone else wants to add something else, I'm going to share the screen here. And thank you, Alex, and everyone else who's been here today. We're all carrying, as I said, a part of this very, very large carpet. And so you're there at your position and shining, sharing, as I understand it. And we're going to have a greater mission to meet the wishes of the creator, and that's to go out and unify this unicos or unicosis. So very beautiful. Anyone else before we go? I'll play this and then the final disclaimer and the meeting will end. Many of you have heard this, but again, these a lot of these, even in the bumpers, we always hear, Mr. Keshe, there's a lot of hidden knowledge that we've overlooked. So hopefully we all get another part of that knowledge right now. Thank you, everyone, for being part of this meeting today. The entire family is growing by leaps and bounds. And I think, as Mr. Keshe said, what is promised is being delivered and will be delivered and has been delivered, just like the world peace is here. A little few polishing instances, but with the advancement of the technology, the souls that they wish to be in Linz will appear in Linz. I guess they'll be summoned in a way and then brought back to their nations. And he said, we'll see how the nations will change. So again, Mr. Keshe has done this. This is not his first rodeo. Been doing this for millions of years around the universe and getting civilizations out into the universe and off their planet. So this is just another place that he's doing it. Of course, Mitra is here as well, and embracing Mitra must be one of the most beautiful experiences one can experience, even to sensing the essence and the presence of the creator in this room, again, beyond our dreams in a way. So thank you all, and enjoy the rest of your day, evening or morning, wherever you may be. Let's see if we can get this started. I am properly sharing this time, I hope. Okay, double checking that. Okay, we need to restart this. Okay, just a moment. Not yet. Is the volume up? Yes, it is. Restart again. There we go.
Now we have opened what I call the final stages of man to understand. Now you have to understand you have no choice. It needs a lot of understanding, it needs a lot of positioning, it needs, there is a celebration going on. A lot of you will report massive number of UFOs in huge numbers. It's not one or two anymore. It's just like a party, let's all go there and there is a traffic jam. You will see those happening in the coming weeks. There is a big party going on this planet. Man has not seen it, do not understand it. In a way, without you knowing, you go to out shopping and you come home, the party is set, and then you have a surprise. In a way, mankind is waiting for that surprise, but there are few steps to be taken. The universal what they call universal community has already laid out the party. And to lay the party, you need to bring a lot of things ready, a lot of souls. All friends are coming back. You will see a new transformation on the skies and in the skies of this planet very, very soon. We changed the whole structure as of last week, and we brought a new dimension. You will see it, you will feel it. And this situation with Corona, this actually would have happened because the soul of this planet was getting ready to join the universal community. And it's a solution for man to find himself in, to elevate himself. This is a universal council teacher. This is what we call one nation, one planet, one race. And in so many ways, we have made one of you, but we have joined you to be one of the totality. It's a birthday party. And those who are organizing the party, it's just, 9 months and so many days, the child is born and you get everything ready for the party of the birth. That's what's happening. For the coming weeks, you will see more and more activities in a very strange way, in a huge numbers. And some of them, they are single souls who left this planet thousands of years ago. They're coming back. They're coming back to welcome the new child. These lights you see in the skies, which will appear as single and in hundreds of thousands to come, many of them, they are not UFOs. They are the souls who left this planet and come back. They know it's the time to celebrate. But mankind is blind. And no radar can see the soul. If the radars could see the soul, every day millions of people who die and get born, why don't the radars don't show? The souls leave. Now you see the soul return. You see the light, and mankind has done this thing. You have no choice. We have left you no more choice. We left it to you lot for some millions of years, and you did nothing but just mess it up more and more. And now it's just, it's the next step, next evolution. But how far, how much, to what extent mankind is ready for it is a question for the man to ask himself. You come here to learn a couple. You learn this, you learn that. You're so blind, you don't see what is in truth there behind. The reality is, and this is the question I asked yesterday as well, is the soul of the man as totality ready for this transformation?
I hope everyone heard that. I noticed just about a minute ago that the volume was turned down. I was hearing it clearly in my headset, and then I looked up and it said the volume was muted.
I heard it fine.
Okay,
I
good.
heard it. It was
Okay,
clear.
very good. I don't know why that happened. Okay, thank you all again, and I'll play the final disclaimer once more. So we'll be fully covered here.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.